Also, apologies. I'm not sick anymore, but I still got allergies. This has slowly been going away, but I got my full-on fucking hydro flask, and if I just start coughing, I'm very sorry. We out here trying. There it is! Guys, look how pretty this is. Excited to see you play again. Oh, hello! Said it's been a year. I didn't realize it had been a year. Like, I didn't realize that time had flown by that quickly, because I genuinely meant it when I say I talk about this game and I think about this game, like, periodically. And I've talked to my community about this game because it was one of my absolute favorites that I played last year. One of my favorite visual novels I've played. You're also on the dev team? Well, welcome in. So we talked a whole ass year ago? That's crazy. So much. Well, this is our expanded demo, so it's even bigger. Ah! I'm so excited. Okay. Is there still Twitch integration with this? I probably should have been more prepared. Is there? Okay. Do I need? Because I have people I can ask. And it's better. What do I do? How do I do? Is it in options? I didn't have enough time before stream to actually prepare this. I promise I'm a professional streamer. Options menu, it's the demon tab. Or demon? Here, let me, I don't know if it's gonna have my information pop up, so give me 1 second. Let me do this first. Just in case, you know? I don't know what comes up. Are we doxing Val? On it. So she lives in a state, in a place, in a country. Okay. My mouse disappeared. How long should we set voting for? Because I want to account for stream delay. She lives in a state of delusion. All right. No need to dox me that hard. Damn. We get to vote? Yes. Courtney, you get to vote. 45 seconds is the default. Stream delay can be a problem. Okay, 45 seconds. That makes sense. Okay. I think I'm good. I set it found my Twitch username, and then I set the vote length. Is there anything else I need to do? But it's nice when they're excited. That's very fair. Basically, there are going to be options that are going to come up, and y'all get to vote on which one I do, if I remember that correctly. But like, usually when we play visual novels on stream, I'm already kind of just asking y'all and being like, what should we do? Especially when I have no clue what I want to do. So I'm excited. Hopefully that worked. I'm just checking. I love the music in this game though. But that's like a good level for the music. If it were me, I'd be blasting it in my ears. But that's not good for stream. If it were me, I remember the music was one of the other things that I absolutely loved about this game. There's new music too? actually just genuinely so excited. Okay, we're starting from the beginning because it has been long enough where it's basically fresh. Romania, 1931, castle. When do nightmares leave handprints? But since when do nightmares leave handprints? No amount of charm and hard liquor can fully convince me the monsters aren't there. The more Dracula plies me with them, the less I trust him too. God, this artwork is incredible. Who can I rely on in this terrible place? Oh! I'm assuming I do continue as usual. What a name. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Ah. Hello. I think we're just gonna go. We're going from scratch. Going from the beginning. Because that's what I said I was gonna do. So continue as usual, I assume, is going to be that option. I remember loving the artwork in this game. Right? Right? 15 February 1931. Our nightcap knocks me out until sunset the following day. I'm a total disgrace. And I feel like shit. Someone's come through and left documents on the desk. I am absurdly late for work. At least there'll be a distraction from everything that happened last night, my own conduct included. Alongside the documents is a breakfast tray. Scrambled eggs, bacon, grilled tomato, and hash browns. Sounds amazing. Most of it looks delicious. Can't say I want the bacon, but in these parts, best to eat and avoid my undue attention, or any undue attention. Beside the plate, a freshly cut rose is being used as a paperweight, keeping a delicate piece of stationery in place. I move the rose ahead and look at the message. Master Renfield, I apologize for the disturbances last night. Do not feel guilty for being distressed by the condition of our home. It makes terrible noises that stoke worse ideas. If you'd like a tamer evening, there'll be tea in the parlor where we ate yesterday. I've invited the brides for a proper introduction. Theodora is eager to hear about her new home. Present yourself at the parlor between 7 and 8 if you've any interest. Otherwise, best of luck with your work. Wait, which one was the bride that, there was one of the brides where I was kind of... Which one was she? Because she needs her own spin-off. She was the one that saved us from the basement. I don't remember who it was. Prince Dracula. As I eat breakfast, I consider my next move. Whatever I do now will set the tone for our relationship from here out. Should I try to patch things over or let the wound fester? Furthermore, there's that forbidden haunted bathroom. My bathroom. Closest to the tower, anyway. Best to confront new fears as soon as possible. I can't spend this whole trip afraid of a sink. If I don't attend tea, I ought to confirm the ghost was nothing but a trick of the faulty lights, lest I develop a new phobia. Besides, I never did get to shave last night. That sounds like Dracula's feral... Ah! Ileana! Yes! I remember the name. I loved her. What'll it be, Renfield? Heed your master's call or brave your creepy toilet. Oh, this is where we can vote. Type exclamation point vote 1 or 2. So 1 would be to go see Dracula, which would be a new route. 2 would be to go to the bathroom, which would be revisiting the ghost. What do y'all want to do? What are we thinking? So it'd be exclamation point vote if anyone wants to vote. Otherwise, I'm picking Dracula. But I'm happy with either. We're going for Dracula. Ooh, causing chaos, as you should. As you should. I am always here for a little bit of chaos. The results are in. All right. Accept Dracula's invitation to tea. It would be rude not to take him up on his offer. He is my host, after all, and when he saw me jumping at shadows last night, he was uncommonly polite about it. I might have already offended him, scared over nothing but the creaks and strange shapes of an old castle. I hope I haven't ruined our relationship before it's even started. Oh. Oh! Beautiful. At 7 on the dot, I step inside the parlor. Dracula waits on the sofa with a rail guide in his hands. He's totally absorbed and doesn't acknowledge me until I'm just about at the coffee table. Ah, evening, Master Renfield. Planning your trip? I thought we'd charter a boat, but then I remembered Bistrita had a rail service. If I butcher anything, I'm so sorry. Now I'm wondering if that's easier. Is that another pool table? Nope, it's the same one. It's that same pool table, Marianne. It'd have to be, wouldn't it? There's a lot of coast between Romania and Britain. It wasn't always like this. Strange how the world turns. Once they didn't think it turned at all. Multi-purpose pool table. Don't worry, we have enough languages in here so that there's something everyone can struggle with. Perfect. Inclusivity. We love it. Strange how the world turns. Once they didn't think it turned at all. I remember what a trolley rattles through the parlor door. The bride in the old-fashioned dress pushes a tea tray alongside us. She moves the teacups and saucers to the table, then offers us milk and sugar. Dracula refuses both. Just milk, thanks. There's a range of sweets on the middle shelf of the trolley. Care to join us, Theodora? She looks at me with disinterest, but takes a seat regardless. Comfortable, Master Renfield? Oh, yes. I hold my cup between my hands. In the mountain climate, any extra source of warmth is pleasant. It heats the joints of my fingers where the fireplace doesn't fully reach. I'm a bit stiff from work. The break is worthwhile. My husband says you come from London. She doesn't pour herself any. Her hands fold over each other and across her lap like a large, pale butterfly. Theodora is maybe half Dracula's middle-ish age, younger than me, certainly, yet she has manners I haven't seen outside my father's work parties. They make them different in the Balkans. A night on the town in Berlin would give her a heart attack. London, originally, yes. Is it nice? Is it nice? What do I say to that? It's London. Whether it's any good doesn't matter. It happens to people whether they like it or not. It'll happen to her soon. There's always something to do, always something to see. Everything you'd want from a metropolis. She should not be in the club. She's not fam. But you left. But I left. It's sad seeing her obvious discomfort with her husband's plans. I don't know if leaving will be an option for her. She doesn't seem to have any say in them going. Well, Theodora is apprehensive about whether or not we'll fit in. If civilization is worth bothering with, if it refuses to take us. Sorry, sometimes I just struggle reading English. She forgets we've never needed anyone's permission or acceptance to thrive. He reaches over the arms of both sofas to hold her shoulder. His grip on her is sturdy and resolute. He's not offering typical reassurance. It says, you should know this. Remember who we are. There are good people in England. That much is true. Shrugging Dracula off, Theodora reaches for the middle shelf of her trolley. Enough of that. How about a piece of cake? She rummages through. There are a few choices. Sponge, meringue, tort. Is it tort? Torte? All that just for 3? Oh no, for you. Vlad and I are both allergic to cake. Celiac is how I'm gonna say that word. Is that how you say it? No clue. English is my first language. What if we team up to fight it? You know what? If you team up, you might have a chance. Everyone combines in one punch to punch my internet. Could work. A strict meat diet with plenty of wine and coffee to wash it down. Or tea. He schools his cup, leaving only the dregs. But you've gone to such an effort with these. It's fun baking. When I was young, I liked to bake. Bread, mostly. Now there's never any reason. Unless we have a visitor. Totaled, we're at 93%. You know what? Maybe that can do something. She made them from scratch, a so-called princess baking for a commoner. Which will you start with? Ooh! Shall we vote? What? Okay, before we vote, though, what kind of cake is this? Sorry. Throat got really dry there. What kind of cake is it tort? Torte? I do love sponge cake. I'm dying. It's fine. Don't mind me. A heavy chocolate cake? A log thing. What a wonderful visual description. I'm looking this up. I'm actually gonna look this up. Tort cake. Nope. If I could spell, that would be so great. Ooh! A rich European cake that's often dense and thin, made with many thin layers and minimal flour. Wait. That looks... I want some. Thank you, Courtney. I also just read that. It looks incredible. Shall I bring up the photo? Maybe this will help with the voting. Hold on. Do we need photos? Photo references? The way it looks like a layered brownie, at least in these photos. Look at that. Is this it? I'm seeing so many different things. It's just, I like chocolate. Damn, I want cake now. Hi, Keg! If we need other visual references, sponge cake. It's lighter. It's a lighter cake. It's more airy. And then, oh, how do you spell it? Because I can spell. English is my first language. fudge, meringue. I love lemon meringue. Ugh. Damn. Damn. We just started this game and y'all are making me hungry. So what am I baking for people? Anything. Cupcake, I will eat it. Anything that you, whatever you make that you share in the Discord, I want all of it. Honestly. You still have that tray of tiramisu in your freezer? Anyways. So 1 for sponge cake, 2 for meringue, and 3 for tort. Or, which I still don't know if I'm saying it right. Exclamation point vote. What cake we having? That was quick. That was a quick vote. No, it got your vote. You're good. Give me some. I want some. Damn, do we all just want chocolate? I'm saying it correctly? Hell yeah. I know things. Doing it for the chaos. I appreciate it. Not you also doing it for the chaos. I enjoy that. You enjoy making torts? Ooh. Make me one. And then yes, send it all the way over here as we live on opposite sides of the country. That'll go over well. Bet. I'll fly over right now just so you can bake me something. And then also, I guess, so we could hang out. Oh. Wait, I can scroll up. It's fine. I got you, Kek. You just had... Kek, I love that for you. Sorry, I did miss it, but I scrolled up. Love that for you. All right, so we're going with tort. Yum. Now I want some. I don't have any dessert. Damn. I can't even snack on anything. I already ate all my candy. On Wednesday's stream, I ate all my candy. Sad day. Well, I have my Copico. Well, now I'm thinking about food. Focus. Sorry. A dark, crumbly tort. A concretion of different ingredients. Chopped hazelnut and orange. That sounds so good. Here you are. She takes it from the trolley. It's on a bread plate that matches the cup and saucer. All their dinnerware seems to match. Amazing how the other half live. When I lift it from the plate, it's immediately obvious something is wrong. Is it poisoned? The slice breaks like the Titanic, a rumbling split halfway that sends the rear tumbling back into the plate. Anyone who'd eaten a tort before would know something's wrong. But if she's allergic, maybe she's never eaten them. I feel bad for judging. Thank you. I bite in. This thing has never encountered the concept of moisture. Forget the Titanic. This is a Saharan sandstorm, localized exclusively inside my mouth. Damn. But the dark chocolate is rich and the orange is tangy, and I'm a brave-hearted Englishman who can survive a bad slice of cake. I ate it too quickly. Maybe she'll take it as a compliment rather than a desperate need to get it over and done with. She looks surprised. Was it any good? Her dewy, doe-eyed stare puts me on the back foot. She's suspicious of me. Can I lie convincingly enough to overcome that? Even if she doesn't believe me, that might be better than damaging her pride. At the end of the day, she did give me cake. Being honest would show respect, though. She could improve before she bakes for someone else. Avoid upsetting her future English neighbors. What to do? Should we lie and spare her feelings, or should we be honest? What should we do? What should we do? I'd say to be honest. I don't see why we should lie. We could be nice about it, just don't be a dick. Can you imagine? You finish a whole cake and just look at her dead in the face and be like, this was atrocious. That would be so mean. I feel like I would be like, I would say the truth, but like really sugarcoat it and be like, it's a little bit dry, but it's still really good, kind of thing, you know? Well, not the tie. Someone's got to break the tie. Like, we don't... There we go. Bless Sunny. Oh. Well. Not another tie. Guys. Please. Fine. I'll be the tiebreaker. We're gonna tell her the truth. We'll be honest. I'll be the tiebreaker then. Not bad by any means. The dark chocolate, the orange, and the hazelnuts came together to create a great depth of flavor. But her eyes somehow get waterier. Oh no, don't. Wait, are we gonna make her cry? The edges of her mouth tremble. Are we gonna make her cry? Wait, I didn't realize we might make her cry. Can vampires cry? Am I really about to bully a 20-year-old over her cooking? Wait, now I feel bad. No! Cooking she can't eat because she's allergic to it? Oh, wait. I remember these symbols. The rabbit and the lion. And I remember that means something that I didn't realize meant something until like halfway through when one of y'all told me it meant something. These like things are like slowly coming back to me. I'm remembering bits and pieces. Here, y'all vote. If we make her cry, I want to blame y'all and not me. So please don't make this a tie again. Please don't make this another tie. Boldness markers. You can see it in the status screen. Yeah, I remember. I didn't realize there was a status screen for like half of my playthrough. Damn. All right. Well, y'all are the ones gonna make her cry, not me. My hands are clean. If y'all make this sweet vampire cry, that's on your conscience. I'm just pressing buttons. I'm pressing buttons y'all vote on. Our writer's in the room with me and they're yelling at us. Not that. Tell them I say hi. And then I'm waving. Hello. I love that. Courtney is the only one who is sparing this woman's feelings. They say hi and they wave back. Yay. Courtney's the only kind one here. Courtney's better than the rest of us. Exactly. All right, be cruel to be kind. There were some areas that could be improved. Try adding some more moisture to the recipe. Extra butter or eggs. Thank you for the feedback. She tenses and scoots away from me along her sofa. Oh, I still feel kind of bad. Dracula, who's kept silent through our whole discussion, suddenly lurches forward and places his empty cup and saucer on the table. If Theodora made a mistake, it wouldn't happen twice. Of my brides, she's by far the most responsible and careful. She twists and arcs her whole posture toward him, like he's exerting some tidal pull on her. The shine in her eyes turns from hurt to admiration. Try the others. He brings an additional pair of plates down either side of the one I finished. So we get to eat all of them? I jump at the noise, then snap my eyes back up to confront his gaze. Hello, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a wonderful time, Zone. Get to? Well, don't... Okay, I mean, I guess. I jump at the noise and snap my eyes back up to confront his gaze. It's dark, smoldering, compelling. No, he startled me and I don't want it to happen again, that's all. Oh, thank you for the follow. Farming channel points, don't mind me. Not that. That's not ominous at all. Isn't it a little admirable, though, that he'd take that kind of offense on behalf of his wife? Plenty of men wouldn't care unless you did something to insult their own taste, like calling their partner ugly. Let's say it's admirable. I take up my fork again for the battle ahead. See, if I were Renfield, I would happily take on the challenge. Are you kidding? I'm not here to waste good cake. Well, okay, to be fair, there might be something wrong with all of them. Nah, it's cake, it's sugar, I'll take it. By the way, I got into Palia and I love it. People were super friendly and fulfilled my item request overall. I am so glad that you started playing and you're enjoying it. Yay! Of course, they look. He and I continue to regard each other as I plunge it in. Wonderful. See, I would eat all three and then take notes and give her the notes on how she could do them better, as if I am an expert in cake and can bake myself. I'm definitely a beacon of criticism in baking. Once I've finished all three cakes, Theodora loads the trolley and prepares to leave. It's been a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Master Renfield. I didn't mute tab, I just turned you down and been sitting here irritated, wondering which villager was whispering after me. Not that. I love how they designed the bride dress in this game. Yes! All of the character design in this game is so good. Courtney, haven't I been saying that I love this art? I have been talking up this game. A vampire persona? Ooh. The pleasure was all mine. She curtsies slowly. The trolley rattles off along the corridor to whatever distant part of the castle the kitchens are in. You spoke Persona, and Sunny is the one person who would love to talk Persona with you. Sleep. Okay, fine. I will not yell at Court Gnome. Damn. Guess I'll be going too. Work to be done. I appreciate how understanding you've been about how late I slept. Not to worry, everyone's nocturnal here. If you were up at dawn, you'd be the odd man out. Huh. Allergic to sunlight too? Well, allergic? Actually, yes. Why did I make that joke? Whenever I think I've got a chance of clawing into his good graces, I waste it on a social gaffe. Aren't I a credit to my firm? Constant malnutrition makes us pale, faulty. Our eyes can't stand the light. I'll 4 of you? It's hard to believe, of course. A whole family of nocturnal coliacs with vision problems. Ah, well, birds of a feather flock together. These things do happen. Who am I to question it? Nothing suspicious whatsoever. I'm glad you've got each other for comfort. Standing, I smooth out my suit and dislodge a few crumbs. Well then, wait. He throws a hand out at hip height to stop me. It connects, briefly, against my right side, the flat of his palm over my pocket. As your employer, what if I command you to stay? Damn. This princely fantasy of his might have gone a bit too far. Or this princely fantasy, yeah. Commanded. We've got a business contract. This isn't the military or a court. He stares, full of human desperation. I don't think this is a professional interaction on any level. Ooh. It's the way I already know how chat's gonna vote. But we're gonna vote anyways. 1, I would disobey, good night Dracula, or 2, I could be convinced. Sunny! Sunny, you're too quick! You're too quick with it! Although, I get it. Y'all are too quick! Now vote! Try it again! I didn't press vote yet! A family with vision problems can't relate. Not at all. Y'all can vote now. I saw what I wanted, and that is so fair. And that is so understandable. Vote 1 for the chaos. Cupcake for the chaos too. I see y'all. I see y'all. Always chaos, of course. I expect nothing less from you, Cupcake. Always choose chaos. Clearly. Why else would I coin my stream as Cozy Chaos? You got free chips from a vendor? Hell yeah. Are you gonna share? Guys, I think I'm just hungry. I think that's what it is. I ate. Okay, now to be fair, I didn't eat right before stream, but I did eat today. Maybe that's... Eat water? I mean... I can. Right? Well, I could be convinced. Oh, yum. We love chips. I could be convinced. Oh, this music. There's bourbon in the cabinet. Stay, drink, talk. I don't need a lot of convincing. Alcohol? Say less. I turn to face the wall and move for the liquor cabinet door instead. Bottom shelf, the bottle with the rose pattern. It's beside the glasses. I grab both. When I turn back toward the sofas, I notice the door to the hall has closed, though Dracula remains seated in the same position as before. Stealthy. I tip the neck of the bottle at the hall. Castles get drafts. You'll acclimate. Placing the bottle on the table, he scoops it right back up, pouring the glasses as fast as I can get them and the coasters down. He plucks his from the table without spilling a drop and extends for a toast before I've got mine. We toast. To better prospects and happier futures. Sure. That. We drink. His first sip takes half the glass, but after that he slows right down, dipping at dipping at it like a hummingbird. I take it at an average pace. Typically, I let my clients lead interactions to avoid seeming pushy or misreading their mood. Dracula is special, a force of personality, but there's an unease beneath, a fear I don't see in clients in Amsterdam or Paris or Warsaw. It's quiet out here. There's power in being untouchable, but it's not the type he wants now. What if there was something in reach, something within his grasp? If I may, why England? Why do you think? His voice is flat. It's almost a rhetorical question. He rotates his glass in one hand like a pot on a wheel, inspecting the smooth surface for imperfections. Ooh! Because you're lonely or because you're bored? Interesting options. Well, which one we doing? What would I say out of those two options? I feel like I would say lonely. I don't think I would say bored. I'd be like, yeah, because you're lonely all the way out here, because the castle is so secluded. That would make sense. Nobody better tie this. Now I'm worried about voting ties. We got too many people who want chaos in chat. Fucking cupcake. Miss ma'am. Oh. Oh, it didn't update, but I know one got more votes. No, you technically did break the tie. It's because you're lonely here. I have my brides. Are the 3 of them enough? No. He smirks and looks over my way. Maybe 4. Is he flirty? No, that's not what he meant. Perish the thought. Oh? Now, I ought to warn you, bigamy is illegal in the United Kingdom. If all 3 of your marriages are certified and not just what you're calling your girlfriends. Not to worry, none of them are recognized in any of your courts of law. Which would leave me open for a British match, wouldn't it? Damn. To an open-minded woman? Of course. Who said anything about women? He is very forward. Oh no, Danny, please, when you go see the concert, take care of yourself. Hydrate. Wear cool clothing. The prince is going to destroy me. That's a separate matter entirely. Let's hope progress can be made there too. Ah! I'm living for this. He toasts the air with his 2/3 empty glass, never for one moment breaking eye contact. His expression is unsufferably smug. And devastatingly, forget it. It's not just the loneliness that's getting to me. I'm no mere land baron, Roger. Roger is fine, isn't it? But an investment manager of sorts. It's a bad idea to question where old money came from, whether he's a war profiteer or a patent hoarder. That's information I generally prefer not to know. Sure, Roger is fine. There's one particular investor I'm an agent for. Until now, he was comfortable with the focus on Romania, the limited pool of Romanian business. Times have rapidly changed, which means to sustain the relationship, I must move to a larger pond. England. London, England. A population twice that of Transylvania, half that of all Romania, crushed within a single city. Given the recession, I'm sure the gents at Canary Wharf will be excited for an extra source of income. It needs new lifeblood, and I need fresh Donnies. Sounds like it'll be a perfect symbiotic relationship. And if it's not, well, he tosses back the last of his drink. It could be the end of me. I won't go down without a fight. I've survived too many setbacks to die in this wretched century, surrounded by foes who couldn't hold a candle or a sword to the enemies of the past. Dracula can't be older than 55. And I would have put him somewhere in his mid-40s. This part of the continent is supposed to have changed a lot since the start of the 1900s. I hate to think what he went through in his youth. We will get you your happy ending. That's a promise. A promise? Those aren't like they used to be either. Look at him. He's beautiful. Wait, question! Is there a way that I can remove this so we could just see the screen? Is there a button I can press to remove the, like, text HUD? I would like to admire him for a moment or two, or several. Ugh. Damn. He's beautiful. I want to believe yours. A promise, then, Roger. To stand at Carfax together, fat of the riches of England, and laugh at the idea fate might have stopped us. Oh, stream froze? I'm sorry. That is what I asked. Sorry. I'm sorry for my internet. I do see that there were definitely frame drops, and I was not paying attention. Anyways. He looks great. Was there text that I missed that anyone would like to see? I can scroll back. I want to make sure that everyone is getting all the content. And it's not just me. Flip Spectrum, thank you. Maybe it'll behave now. Ugh, this artwork is incredible. Since there's nothing left in his glass to toast with, he lifts it high overhead, where the ceiling light pools inside. I drain mine and hold it out as proof. We both laugh. Got caught up with Dracula? That's so fair and so valid. We both laugh. It's not just the bourbon that's raised our spirits. It's the flirting. It's all the flirting, isn't it? Mine is high, hoarse, embarrassing. I rein it in as fast as I can. His rolls and stretches out, settles deep, warms the air between us. A selfish bedmate of a laugh. Until he wakes to some unhappy reality and his face returns to its disdainful default. Ooh. We're nowhere near the end yet. I'm starved here. The paperwork will be done soon. Saying soon. A hunt. Tomorrow. Yes. A hunt. Roger. Come hunting tomorrow. Oh, he meant literally starved. Is there any game near the castle? Maybe back at the bottom of the cliff path, but that's hours away. If we keep our eyes out. Done much hunting? I'm a city man, so no. A city man who had a city girlhood. 2 strikes against it ever happening. Ah, that's right! I can't believe I forgot about this plot point. Because I freaked out. Renfield is trans! I forgot about that. I can't believe I forgot about that. That was like a huge thing I was freaking out about. A city man who had a city girlhood. 2 strikes against it ever happening. Don't worry about the game. Bring your warmest clothes and your sharpest glasses. I've never come home empty-handed. Oh, all right. I set the glass on the table. You're on. It'll be an exciting reward after hours of paperwork. I had to head to bed. Fix the sleep schedule before it gets any worse. Not to worry. Like I said, we're creatures of the dark. It works for some, and I'm no early bird myself, but there's a limit. This time when I stand, he doesn't block the exit. There's a flicker in his eyes. Sad. Calculating. Someone who's had something taken and has a plan to get it back. Good night, Dracula. Vlad. Vlad. First name basis. I bow my head to him and leave the room. A few steps out the door, I brush past the bride who was in trouble yesterday. Oh, wait, I remember her. I love her. She's great. She turns, a box of cigars in hand, barely responsive until our arms meet. Her patience long since spent. Pardon. I take it slower to see if she has anything else to say. We never got a formal introduction. Flipping the box upright, she tucks it under her arm like a purse. Took your time in there. Sorry, he didn't mention any prior arrangements. It's not like I was on his calendar. This is just a habit of ours. She taps the exposed end of the box with 2 neat pointed fingernails. Hit it off? I'd like to think we're warming to each other. Uh-huh. Careful. He's like that fireplace in there. Get closer than you're supposed to and you'll overheat. Ooh. Hot. Literally. She must know about his varied tastes. Thanks for the advice, mistress. It's says. Just says. Am I saying her name right? Is it says? She stalks inside. The door slams behind her. As good a sign as I'll get that I should head to bed. Just as soon as I can remember the way to the tower. More like Ches is my understanding. Ches? Okay, I could do Ches. Thank you. Safe in bed, the key turned in the lock. Blah, blah, blah. Safe in bed, the key turned in the lock and the window latched. I tuck the blankets up under my chin and shuffle around until the mattress forms to me like a sparrow in a dust bowl. The castle is too gloomy, too sprawling to ever feel comfortable. But at least I've ended today less afraid of the host and with a clearer sense of who and what else is here. It's not a normal home, but it is a home to someone, and I can rest easier in the knowledge I'm a welcome guest. The hunting invitation was a surprise. Will I ever get the paperwork done? Hard to complain, though, being invited out somewhere by a man like Dracula. Sorry. Vlad. First name basis. Not that it means what it used to. I crush my head between the two firmest pillows in the hopes I can grind out the thoughts. Mortar and pestle style, brush them to fragments, too fine to hold onto. When I moved to Germany and signed on for treatment, it was a choice between being who I wanted and having the partners I wanted. The kind of men who flirt with other men aren't interested in me. The science isn't far enough along for that. All taking pieces out, no installing replacements. Again, I mean, I know the demo has changed. From what I remember from the first playthrough, unless I had missed something, we were kind of focusing on the ghost, and I didn't come to the realization that Renfield was trans until much later when we were getting backstory with Harker. I don't know, was that something that you guys added with the update, or is this specifically with Dracula? Ah, okay. Okay. I love that. Good to know. Because this is Dracula specific. Okay, good to know. Yeah, I do remember like sitting there like reading the words like, wait, does this mean what I think it means? And then one of you guys had to be like, yes, it does mean what you think it means. So I was like, wait. But okay, cool. This is Dracula specific. Good to know. The kind of men who flirt with other men aren't interested in me. The science isn't far enough along for that. All taking pieces out, no installing replacements. Highlighted by 2024. You're so sweet. And I'm not allowed. I had to lie end to end on the forms. Of course, you know, red-blooded. I love cigars and girls and hunting. It got me what mattered. The rest, normal men pretend to like those things all the time. Berlin's full of white-collar heterosexuals who've never held a gun. I can play along and pretend it's the activity I'm interested in, not the scout leader. Just a bit older to sit the exam than the rest of the troop. Somebody save me, tomorrow will be a disaster. My thoughts can't keep me from the Sandman forever. Sleep comes to rescue me from the house Draculesti sooner than I expected. To take me far away. To show me other people. Ooh. Here he is. What kept you? Doesn't matter. There shouldn't be any interruptions tonight. Let's see what lair I can reach. Ooh. The phone rings. I answer. Roger speaking. Is available? Sorry, she doesn't live here anymore. Oh no. Who wouldn't happen to have her You wouldn't happen to have her contact details. There are people who love her who want to know she's okay. No, not her details, but she and I run into each other sometimes. Would you like me to pass on a message? Are you sure that's reliable? It's the best I can offer. I know she's there. Who are you trying to fool? Why would anyone trust you with anything when you lie about the simplest facts? What? No, that's wrong. Put M on the phone. Dracula looms overhead. His knees straddled either side of my hips, and his hands keep my head centered on the sofa's armrest. What would you offer in exchange for this moment? Oh. That depends where it's headed. Is this worth your attention? He dips in close and kisses my forehead. Oh, so we're having this kind of dream. How about your loyalty? His lips travel lower to mine. Oh! Or perhaps your life. Slipping around my jaw, he disappears against my throat, mouth opening wider to fit over the tangle of tendons and arteries and veins. Ooh. So it'll be 1 to respond, of course it's worth it. 2 to respond, it isn't worth it. Or 3 to respond, I don't know. What do you guys think? Is it worth it? 1, 2, or 3? I mean, so the bunny and the lion are, wow, what did you guys say? It's, do you guys want to explain it again? Because I'm going to say it wrong, and I really don't want to say it wrong. Boldness. It adjusts your boldness of your playthrough of your character. How do I see the status screen again as well? Wait, someone vote. Lion choice increases your bold, rabbit decreases it. Ah. I'm indecisive. Someone has to vote. Because I don't know what I would vote. Voting 1. Okay. It didn't update it. But I understand that's the one that won. With history and save. So status screen is on the menu with history and save and stuff. Okay, at the bottom. Ah! I can read. Well, thank you. We'll look at it in a second. Of course it's worth it. When he speaks, his tongue flickers against my skin. Ooh! Ooh! Good. You were very lucky to catch my eye. Don't take my interest or my patience for granted. I take a hold of his shoulders to move him aside. He's stronger than me. I can't. His teeth sink into my neck, longer and sharper than they should be, curving under my skin to penetrate the vessels beneath. I'm a guest in my own body. He's the new landlord. Before he can drive himself deeper, a cold wind blows through the room, and he dissipates like smoke. Can't have that now, can we? Dreaming of him like that, it is just a dream. Forget your hopes and face what he does to people. Is this the ghost? Because it's the blue. It's the blue text that makes me think this is the ghost. Or is it Ches? Who is this? Don't answer my questions. I'm sure I'll figure it out. I don't know. I don't know who it is. Wait, status. Oh my god! I do remember this as well. Shows us how much danger we're in. Does this mean we're in a lot of danger? I'm in danger. Ooh. You know, I do have ads are about to start, so I'm gonna take a break. So then we can let the ads roll. And we're just gonna sit here. We're gonna sit here and chill while we let the ads roll. Because I don't want anyone to miss anything. And I don't want to move on. I'll do my time in ad jail. Thank you. I like this game so far. Courtney, I'm so glad. Because me too. And I'm really liking this new route that we're taking. Although depending on time, depending on how long this is with the update, I would love to revisit the ghost. Courtney, I mean, you've seen it in the BRB screen. Courtney, you would love the ghost. I think everyone would just love the ghost. I just constantly think about that billiard scene because that was just top notch. top-notch visual novel goodness. I want to see the ghost. I wonder if we will see the ghost at all. We shall see. I love that we're very bold. We're a bold lawyer. I'm here for that. The ghost is great. Wait. I wonder. Oh my god. And the music introduction. Sure enough, when I peer through, I see him. Oh my god. Answer the question. We are both at 7 points. He hits the cue ball to the middle of the table. The 8 ball is in line with a pocket, except reaching it will be a stretch. The ghost leans on the edge where I need to stand. An evil smile on his perfect face. Make me. I think we all know which one I should choose. I have a feeling we are all on the same page here, right? I shove his shoulders and topple him backwards onto the felt. For a moment after we land, I want to panic and apologize. Then I realize his smile has widened and his eyes are eagerly shining. Do y'all think he liked it? Well, are you gonna take the shot? Yeah, Renfield? You gonna take the shot? I raise a knee onto the edge of the table, resting it between his. I feel like I shouldn't be here. I feel like this should be a private moment. Grabs popcorn. Don't mind me over here. Don't mind all of us over here. Passes out popcorn to all of y'all. We good. We eating good tonight. They yank me out of the crypt and onto the corridor. Ah! Idiot. Oh. Ileana's kind of... Now, can I request we have a nice, like a sapphic spin-off where I can romance the 3 brides? Because I'm kind of... Oh, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. That timing could not have been any more perfect. I just wanted to see. Like, oh, just in case it's coming up. And my BRB screen kind of just like rolls through. It just like loops constantly, so I never know when I switch to the screen. It doesn't start at the beginning. That could not have been the most perfect timing. Ugh, love the ghost. It's still the way that he's just sitting, or more laying, on that billiards table, just that pose, just ready. I always think about it. Anyways. The castle is missing its taller towers. None of the stonework is damaged. The windows glow a duller shade. There are murmurs in the rooms of the gatehouse either side of me. I stand with the tips of my shoes against the drawbridge in the spot where the word, that's a big word for Elmo, will fall if it's lowered. What is that? The part of the castle that I cannot pronounce. On the opposite side of the bridge, across the track, a shadow clambers up the rocky mountainside in a great hurry. Someone has fled the castle. It's important to bring them inside. That's why the bridge hasn't been raised. Despite the fact... I'm gonna butcher this word. Domnita, it's too late. We must... An arrow fires into the exterior of the gatehouse. There's an army at the gates. Dozens of men on horseback charge along the cliff track toward the bridge. For the most part, they wear clothes instead of armor, and they carry old weaponry, swords, and longbows. Jolted from my complacent stare at the mountain, I hurry inside in search of the crank. There's no sign of a... Okay, I think I know what it's referencing. I just don't know how to say the word. There's no sign of a mechanism on the ground floor, so I zigzag up several flights of stairs through the guard rooms to the top of the gatehouse. A man in a tunic struggles with the crank. I did? Oh, what a win. What a win for me. It's a fancy gate? Okay. Thank you. I'm not gonna lie. I do a lot of visual novels on stream. I have a lot of fun with it. But I struggle reading, just in general. And like, just the idea that not only are you two in my chat, but the fact that you also mention the writers are just in the room and I'm sitting here struggling to read is a little nerve-wracking. like I shouldn't. Like, this is normal behavior for me, to the point where people know how to write out how to sound out words in a way for me to specifically understand. Like, that's how often I'm asking people how to pronounce a word. Normal behavior for me. It's a little different. It's a little different this stream. Reading aloud is hard. It is. It's a lot. I appreciate you guys and appreciate the help and the patience with me. Yes, Courtney. Both Fine Feathered Fiends and Pentagon Buddy are part of the dev team. Just wait until the French shows up, or the German on the. Oh, it's a struggle bus. We've streamed it ourselves, and some of the beefs I had pronouncing things were legendary. Oh, I would love to see that. Oh my god. Also, like I said earlier, we have a language gauntlet. You guys are out here just hoping people struggle bus, and I'm here for it. There's no blah, 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 blah. A man in a tunic struggles with the crank. I can't. Not by myself. Without a word, I take the other handle. We unwind the chains until it's got momentum. The portcullis? How did I pronounce it before? Well, as the horses arrive on the bridge. There's a crunch as it lands on an attacker below. Hi, Nicole! Thank you so much for the Prime sub. How are you? How you be? Our writer says, I love to bully people. That is the energy I love. Love that energy. I be how you be. I be good. We're having a time. I can't wait to see you tomorrow. There's a crunch as it lands on an attacker below. We've stopped to the riders, but if the gate is propped open any wider than a human torso, they could just dismount and crawl past. Didn't know you had it in you. We've got to get help. Bar the entrance. Stop them. Pardon me, Domnita, but we're 4-1 at best. Weren't we to evacuate? I know you'd rather not leave him, but I'm sure first and foremost he'd want you to survive. A sword cleaves through the guard's head. His corpse collapses forward to reveal a trio of sweaty, winded invaders who've been forced to enter on foot. Oh, I wheel around and flee through the opposite stairwell. At the bottom, I barge past an additional trio attempting a pincer maneuver. They're too startled to do anything. Exiting into the frenzied courtyard, I check the gate over my shoulder. The portcullis did crush something. Now men writhe and shuffle past on either side of the mound. F's in chat for the guard. While I'm distracted, I run headlong into a solid object. An arm locks around my chest and a hand latches my skinny wrists together. This invader who's caught me presses his clean-shaven jaw close to my ear. He raises his voice to get above the chaos, despite our proximity, and almost deafens me. Domita! Where's your don, eh? I try to stomp on his toes, but his boots are too thick. He laughs it off. Where's Dracula? Didn't abandon you, did he? Leave all his precious things here for the taking? I don't know where he is. The arm tightens, threatening to break my ribs. Ah! That's so. Lord Dracula fails his vows, abandons his castle, runs his principalities into the ground. Worthless, isn't he? Hurts! The arm relaxes. The volume decreases. A chill runs down my spine. It's not the same man behind me. All the invaders have disappeared. Is he worth the effort? Watch yourself. This is what happens to all his people eventually. Ooh. A cold hand grasps the back of my head and slams me face first into the solid rock wall. Here we are. It's Harker! Ammunition. I've booked your tickets. Your mom brought over your bags. All we have to do is get to Southampton and you're home free. My tickets? You're not coming? That friend in Calais? He only has the one room, and besides, I thought maybe you'd like some independence. I mean, wasn't that the whole point? If I leave by myself and they come looking... They won't. Your mom has everything with your dad handled. Lucy and the rest might be upset we skipped our party, but I'll sort it out. Anyone who wants to hunt you down will have to go through me. I love him. Enjoy your freedom, Duff. I'm letting you go. Ah! That's so romantic. Oh, that is true love right there. I don't want to say anything in case it comes up. Because I remember what we played last time, but I don't want to say anything because I know we got some people new to this game, so I'm not going to say anything, but my heart. What if I want us to stay together? Will anyone ever be as good to me as you've been? I've forgotten how to trust the world and myself. The best intentions don't mean you're not throwing me to the wolves. How can I ever repay you? Give the office a call the moment you've picked an apartment. There's a whole stack of jobs with your name on them. We need our top conveyancer back. Was this all about the company? That'd be easier. A clean break from this stupid heart. A heart that only ever wants the impossible. Thank you, Jonathan. Now get some real rest. The sofa's yours. It's all I deserve. It's more than I deserve. I'm lucky to be here. I'm lucky to be alive. But what if I could ask for something better? This is your final warning. Leave Vlad Dracula alone. My gun is loaded. If you're not with me, you're against me. I shoot to kill. Who is this? The 16th of February, 1931. Even though I went to bed at a reasonable hour, even though I knew I absolutely had to not do it, I have once again slept in to sunset. Vlad. Forgive me, there's something wrong with me. Maybe it's a cold. I've behaved unacceptably. A fever. Perhaps I've got a fever. Roger? He sits on the same sofa as last night, rail schedule laid out across his lap. Everybody else is still asleep. Take what I said to heart. This is a nocturnal household. At 4 in the afternoon? My word. Then, since you're awake early, though, we can sneak out before anyone sabotages our hunting trip. He folds the schedule aside and gets to his feet. Yesterday, he stayed seated the whole night. I'd forgotten how tall he is. As he strides closer, he only gets taller. Wait. How tall is he? This is it. I need this information. Just, you know, it's very important information I feel like I should have. If you have that information. Courtney and I, same wavelength. Right, it says like 6 foot probably. You know, I designed him and I don't have a number on that. I can take 6 foot. That's tall. I'm 5'4". That's definitely taller than me. That's very tall. That's very, very tall. Me big tall. That is as tall as my roommate. I have a reference. Wait a second. I have an actual reference. You can't see it in the sprite, but he's also wearing heels. Slay. Love it. Perfect. Renfield is like 5'6" or something, and I'm small. No one tell him, brada. No, I'm not muted on her tab. And brada, you heard nothing. I'm normal height, thank you. As he strides closer, he only gets taller. He halts mere inches away, so I have to tilt my head to meet his eyes. Shall we? Where to? The stables. Pushing past my shoulders, he leads to the corridor. Someone is already at the stable gate, slouched in front of the latch with her arms crossed. Cesara, I'm assuming is how I'm gonna say the name now. Cesara. Husband. Dearest. Come for a ride with us? That's not all you boys had in mind yesterday. Ah, she overheard. It's not like you to be concerned. She glances at me, then back at him. This isn't the season for it. Barely any game. What if there's black ice? It's not worth the risk. Consider it an important cultural lesson for him. This is why we live in the mountains. He tries to weave around her to the latch. She sidles to block him. They shift left and right in a stalemate. They do a little dance. Ooh, so we could slip past while she's distracted. We could try to reason with her, or maybe it's better not to go hunting. See, here's the thing. Even if it weren't for my, like, previous knowledge, nobody vote yet. Haven't pressed the button. Hold on. But even if it weren't for my previous knowledge of characters and what I find out about them, I feel like I trust Ches more than I do Dracula. And the idea of going hunting alone with Dracula could either be murder or something really hot. And the chance of murder is a little too high for my liking. You know? Why not both? You know, you bring up a very valid point. Okay, voting has started. What we doing? I think I would actually go with 3. If she says we shouldn't go, and she's very adamant about it, Then maybe we shouldn't go. Save? Okay, we'll do the vote and then I'll save. You know what? Did I ever explain this last time? I'm horrible at saving in these games. Unless somebody reminds me that I should save in case of a bad decision I'm about to make. Otherwise, fuck it, we ball, and I have many regrets. I'm horrible at saving in games. The only game I think I'm crazy in saving is like Resident Evil, because I'm really bad at that game. I'll save here though. Thank you for the reminder. The game autosaves at choices and some other times too. Oh, okay. Good to know. I swear to God, if anyone tries to tie the vote. I mean, I already know what answer I'd pick anyways. Perfect. Maybe it's better to not. Oh. Oh! Oh, I see! So it does save. Are all my other saves also here? Or are these just the... Nope, these are all the saves for this run. I see, so I don't have... Okay. Ah. You know what? That's so nice. Because like I said, I am so bad. Like, I feel like people who... For someone who plays as many visual novels as I do, you'd think that I would be better at saving for wanting to go back and figure out different choices. No. No, I'm not. And then I regret it. Check page 1. Oh, wait. Yeah, no. It's all good, though. That just means we'll have to go visit the ghost again. Nothing wrong with that. I still make a save here because those overwrite eventually. Ah. I mean, I don't mind. Oh, A. I'm assuming you mean A for autosave here. I get it. I can figure things out sometimes. Alright, so maybe it's better not to go hunting. I don't know, Ches raises some decent points. Yes! Yes, see? He gets it. Roger. Come inside, have a normal breakfast. There'll be visitors later, how about that? Here I was so looking forward to our date, and you'd cancel at the last minute? Date? Our... what? He rolls his eyes and presses his fingers to his lips, utterly Nope. Nope, I can sound this one out. Because I know this word, I know what it means. Facetiously? Because facetious. Facetiously. Big word for Elmo, guys. It's a big word. Date must have connotations I wasn't aware of. Our appointment, our excursion. Good job. Thanks, guys. No, it doesn't. He's a liar and a flirt. That removes a few ambiguities. Does it change anything? I mean, okay, I'm not gonna put this up to a vote because I'm just gonna full send the choice that we just made. That we're just gonna go with Ches. Right? I feel like that makes sense. Because why would we say what we did before and then go back on it? No, we're gonna stick to our... Yeah, we're gonna commit. We're committing. We're gonna go with Ches. Breakfast would be good. Also, were we about to go on a hunt on an empty stomach? after sleeping for at least 12 hours. Is that had, if we went to bed at a quote unquote reasonable time, I'm gonna say a reasonable time is like 10. Definitely reasonable for me is 10, or early for me. And he woke up near 4 p.m. But see, now you have a save later. I do. Renfield doesn't always make good decisions. See, that's fair. But who would, when you got so many hot vampires that you definitely don't know they're vampires, but they all look like that, how do you know if you're making the right or the wrong or the fun decisions? Renfield should blame chat, and that's what it is. That's what it is. Any bad decision he makes, he'll look off, just like break the fourth wall, just like he's in the office, and be like, "Thanks, guys. This is your fault." Kind of like with oh no, what's that show? Has anyone seen Fleabag? Has anyone watched that show? Because the protagonist breaks the fourth wall every time and talks to us directly. But then it isn't until season 2 that there is a specific character who ends up being a love interest who notices her doing that. And like interacts with her and being like, "What was that? You kind of like just disappeared." So now I'm imagining Renfield doing that. Yeah, Renfield is really in the Fleabag zone. Perfect. Love this image I have in my head. I love it so much. Breakfast would be good. That's what I thought. Abandoning her post, Ches hooks her arm around mine and hauls me toward the front door. Oh, I have a question. I don't know why this like question just came out from that conversation. Renfield would go for the hot priest as well. Who? Okay, let's be so for real right now. Who wouldn't go for the hot priest? Who wouldn't go for the hot priest? I would have been so down for the hot priest, even with all of my Catholic trauma. I'd still go for the hot priest. If anything, more motivation. Now, this is getting into it. Let me get to my question. This is just like a question for all the devs who can hear me. Has hiring voice actors or having voice acting in this, has that ever been an option or like a thought that you guys wanted to do? Or do you guys think, I mean, obviously this game is great without it. Do you guys think maybe it may feel better without voice acting? Like, I'm curious if that is like a thought that's ever come up. Oh, okay. I see you guys. Cause like for me, now the selfish reason why I love voice acting in visual novels is it's less reading for me to do on stream, especially when I have a cold or allergies. Less for me to struggle reading English, but also it's a lot of fun. I love hearing voice actors in different visual novels that I play, but I also can still really enjoy a visual novel experience without it. It's never a necessity for me. It's just like a nice plus. I just have a time regardless. You know what? That's what I need. That is exactly what I need. That is exactly why I need it. And I will tune in. I will scroll ahead just for that. Even. save it as a soundbite so I can go back to it so I know how to pronounce it. Honestly, a blessing. Abandoning her post, Ches hooks her arm around mine and hauls me toward the front door. Vlad scowls after us. Enjoy whatever withered ingredients are left in the cellar. There would have been fresh meat out there. Fresh meat. Interesting. Remember, this is my house. You are my guest. Did we just make him mad? I feel like it's not a good idea to make him mad. Sure, whatever you say. Sorry, Vlad. It would seem I overestimated our relationship. Oh no! Dracula! 2 employees. Damn. Damn. We lost the first name basis. We barely even had time with it. We fucked up. Dracula. Revoked. Oh, man. Ignore him. She hauls me over the stoop. I almost trip on my face. What does he know anyway? Kitchen's through here. I love Chaz. I love her design. Like, it's so, and I know it's because it's like the 1930s. I think that's why I'm so obsessed with her look too. Like, it's giving that, like, she would come straight out of a movie. Straight out of, like, Hollywood, you know? Straight out of a black and white film. Giving flapper era, even though it's the well, that fashion still carried over to the 30s, right? I just love her. The kitchen is an industrial-sized space with stairs to what seemed like an equally massive cellar below. You know what I could do? Now that I've chopped off my hair, could cosplay as Ches. Where's every short-haired character I've seen in a game that I've played? New cosplays unlocked. We have a Ches outfit? Yes. Honestly, though, I used to be obsessed with, like, flapper era. Or just, like, the 20s and the 30s. I mean, I just used to be, like, a vintage nerd in general. And a history of, like, early 20th century. High school was fun for me. But in terms of, like, media and music and fashion, like, so obsessed with, like, the 20s, the 30s, and the 40s. I would love... I wouldn't mind putting an outfit like that together, you know? Great period of fashion? Yes. Yes. A lot of good looks. Oh, it's so good. And the music. And the music then. Loved it. Love everything. Anyways, I digress. The stove is supplied with gas, and modern features are tucked in almost every corner. While I'm distracted by the knife rack, Ches hops onto the furthest bench top and opens her box. I feel like I would just love to own a coat like this anyways. Like, how epic would that be? A fur coat, let alone one as big as that. And the jewelry. Ah, I love her. While I'm distracted by the knife rack, Ches hops onto the furthest bench top and opens her box. Cellar connects to the dungeons. Don't wander far down there. There's ingredients right here for anything basic. Theodora's stocked up for your visit. Is she the resident chef? Yeah, better cook than a baker. Where she came from, they didn't do much baking, but she had a lot of older sisters and cousins who taught her how to do a mean roast. Extending a foot from beneath her skirt, she kicks a stiletto against a nearby cupboard, and of course she's wearing stilettos. The queen she is. Try here. True to her word, when I open the door, I find a tray of eggs and sacks of different types of flour. There's a spice rack and some dried herbs around the stove. Maybe I'll cook an omelet? Damn, now we're talking about food again, and I'm getting hungry again. Does she have any mushrooms or tomatoes? Maybe check your left. Chez's dangling leg is blocking the door on my left. I gesture at it and raise my eyebrows. Oops. She raises it back and onto the bench and tucks it underneath her, cross-legged. The heels dig into the underside of her thighs. Interesting choice of footwear for a day around the house. Out here, any amount of dressing up means you're overdressed. Might as well pretend like I'm a real princess. Fake it till I make it. Till I believe in the lie too. How long have you lived at the castle? What's your guess? Given how fed up she sounds, she must have been at this a few years. 5 to 10, depending how old she is. Most of your adult life? Best to be diplomatic, women's ages and all. I'm afraid to pick a number. Trying my best not to insult your intelligence or your vanity. Who said I'm vain? So much for being tactful. Shutting my fool mouth, I find some soft tomatoes and a wilted mushroom in a basket on the second shelf. I'll be frying them, so it doesn't matter if they're a bit past it. Where's the cheese? Cellar. Anything else missing? No, that's all. She salutes, dismounts the bench, and heads below. Her lighter book and box, now with a cigar on top, await her return. Let's get cooking. The oven has a pilot light. Even my own apartment doesn't have that. As the pan heats, I prepare my ingredients. Ooh. Interesting. See, now we know that she's a vampire, so she's not going to eat it. However, I feel like in Renfield's case, it would be polite to make an extra omelet. Like, I see no harm in him making the extra omelet. And I feel like it would be sweet, right? That's my thought process. If I didn't know what I already knew and I was in Renfield's shoes, it would make sense to be like, well, I'm making an omelet for myself. Do you want one? Well, we can vote. We vote 1, just to make an omelet for ourselves. We vote 2, to make an omelet for ourselves and for Chez. I'm leaning towards 2. I know she's gonna say she's not gonna eat it, but it's just polite and, you know, get on her good side. Voting in harmony for a change. Proud of us. Proud of us for once. I already know if Cupcake was still in here, I wouldn't be surprised if she fell asleep. She would still be voting chaos. Just for the chaos. All right. We making omelets, plural. Oh, well, there goes Marianne. Wow. Taking a large bowl from a nearby shelf, I start on the mix. Eggs and dried parsley and pepper. I slice the mushrooms, throw them in the hot pan, and chop the tomatoes before adding them in too. While those are going, I check a few cupboards for crockery, ultimately finding 2 clean dinner plates on the opposite side of the room. I scoop the flavoring onto my plate and add fresh basil, straight from the plant. This sounds incredible. I Love a good omelet. Finally, I'm ready to cook the egg mix. Ches returns just as I'm about to spoon it into the pan. Cheddar, okay, how many eggs did you use? Once I've got about half the mix in the pan, I put the bowl back on the bench. You looked completely lost in your book earlier. How long since you'd eaten? That's, it's been a while. And it's a nice gesture, but in return for you helping me find the kitchen. Her already pale skin turns deathly pallid. She winces, torn right through. You know, I really shouldn't, but where's the harm? I'm allergic. Ah, shit, I forgot. Sorry, your husband mentioned something about celiac. Also, what does that mean? Being celiac? What is that? You're allergic to... Because that's not how you spell... Is that how you spell celiac? Wait, because you say it's celiac, right? Why did no one correct me? The one time I know what's the... Why did no one correct me? To be fair, I don't think I've ever seen it actually spelled out before, and I have friends who are celiac. I'm kind of disappointed in myself on that. Damn. I'm disappointed in all of us here. Celiac. Oh. Wait, how is it spelled in English then? Wait, why does it have a different... Why does celiac have a different spelling in British English? Why does British English? Who adds an O? Who adds an O when no one asked for it? Who invited the O to the party? Americans love to make words simpler. Well, yes, because it's already so difficult to read. Might as well make it easier. Y'all add a whole letter to aluminum and say it so differently because of it. I don't trust your British English. I know y'all are Australian. Still don't trust it. Celiac. I got it. I understand now. Now, also, everything is making more sense by saying we're celiac. There's no... Does Renfield know what that means? There's no gluten in egg. Or mushroom, or tomato, or parsley, or basil, or cheese. Got it. For cake, flour, that makes sense. Now, backtracking, saying we're celiac, we can't have that. Fair. Desserts with gluten, understandable. I know, isn't he just making... He lacks critical information. You know what? That also makes sense. Understand what celiac involved. Yeah, that's actually very fair. Good historical point to think about. Okay, thank you. Sorry, your husband mentioned something about celiac. Celiac, sure. Normally we're on a strict meat diet. Eggs are from animals, though. Should be. Okay, right? Yeah, I'll take those odds. Chef played it for me. Wait, but she can have meat? Oh, interesting. Oh, this is interesting. She slaps the wedge of cheddar onto my hand. There are a few steps left. Grate the cheese on half the solidified omelet. Let it melt for a minute. Fold in half. Move to the plate. Cover in tomatoes and mushroom. Just giving me all the instructions. I can see it in my head. Guys, I'm hungry. Bon appetit. Ches accepts the plate and goes to find cutlery. I'm shockingly forgetful today. I pour out the second half of the mix and nudge it around the pan. She returns in a timely fashion, just as the bottom's sealed, and I'm confident it won't stick. See? There's French. That's the easy mode. See, I know that one. I know bon appetit. I can say that without butchering it too bad. I just say it very American. She returns in a timely fashion, just as the bottom's sealed, and I'm confident it won't stick. Her fork skewers cleanly through the layers. She takes an evenly striped bite of gold, red, and brown. This is... Please don't say bad. She can't have risked food poisoning over a mediocre meal. Good. That's a real smile. She's not just being polite. Speeding through the rest like she's spent centuries starving, she finishes her plate before I've served mine. The others would never gamble like this. Thanks for indulging me. It was an honor, princess. Careful. Don't burn yours. Ah! Luckily, I catch it before any of the finer edges turn black. It doesn't take long to serve. I sit myself on a chair at the island bench to eat. You guys did not also just add a photo of the omelet. I want an omelet now! The omelet isn't my best ever. It looks delicious. But that's on the bad ingredients. The egg mix turned out exactly right for both flavor and consistency. I chew through at a decent pace. When I'm done, I set my knife and fork on the plate and sigh. Don't suppose there's an electric kettle here. Right, Courtney? That's what I was thinking. It looks delicious. Haven't needed to get one. Tea you're after? Or coffee? Either. There's a what? I'd like to think that I'm not supposed to pronounce every single letter in this word. Sezuv. If you want a bit of show, Turkish-style coffee pot. Kezve? Literally eating right now thinking, but I could have made an omelet. But you could have made an omelet. Kezve. Perfect. Thank you. I love how you admit how you're like, I don't know how to say that one. I just work here. Whatever gets me caffeinated fastest. Also, Turkish coffee. So good. We'll stick with the regular kettle. The regular kettle is a dented wrought iron antique. When she sets it on the stovetop, I'm worried it'll break the element under its steamship weight. It'll be a few minutes until it boils. We recline on opposite benches. Ches stands with her feet shoulder-width apart, arms folded against her chest, staring faux casually at my shoes as though she wants to move her gaze higher but doesn't want to be rude. Once I've had tea, I'll need to do some work. Our unexpected private breakfast is near its end. She's aware of that too. Some of the tension from our last encounter has found its way back. Questions we want to ask, but shouldn't. Warnings she wants to offer, comments I want to make. The kettle starts to rumble. The princess thing. I'm not... None of us are royalty. No, I figured you weren't. This whole place is a lie. He doesn't want to do business in London. You haven't been hired because he needs a lawyer. Her arms slide up her shoulders, along her collarbones as she presses both thumbs to her throat. I did think it'd be best if you weren't here. But I got too selfish, looked too close, thought too hard. Now I keep thinking. Thinking, what? Nobody's happy about the move. If it wasn't me, he'd find someone else to do the job. I'm an interchangeable cog in this transnational machine. But is there something else happening? Is that what she's saying? Something else with him? Or something else with her? What's wrong, Ches? Damn. Damn. You're who I've always needed. For the sake of the world, though, it'd be better if you were... Ches? Like a sleepwalker, she scuffs across the room. Arms outstretched, she transfers her hands from her neck to mine. They settle in the curves on either side, and she thumbs around my tie. I can't move. First, there was no reason to. Now, I just can't. Her arms have locked in place like a marble statue sculpted around my throat. But she doesn't apply any pressure. Not like... Yellow eyes glare from my memory into the present. Not like the monster the other night. The contempt and fear in her eyes seeps out. Until finally, impromptu, she slips her hands off my throat and onto my lapels. Lapels. Wow. Why did I pronounce that as lapels first? Caught myself with that one. Tugging me in by the open front of my suit. Think maybe you weren't sent by hell as a new form of torture. Sorry. Think maybe you were sent by hell as a new form of torture. I feel like I read that wrong. Careful out there. Always am. Well, I've still got you. Are there a lot of your type in England? Does Ches know? Does Ches know? This is a bit scary to think of an answer for while she's got me in a grip. At this distance, I can't exactly dodge the question. Maybe answer with a question, see who'll be honest first. Be a lawyer about it. I know what you are. Say it. Out loud. Not the Twilight reference now. My type. I don't know the words. Seems like they keep changing. Just that a few years ago, they never got mentioned anywhere, and now I get the new wolf in the library, and it's all... my type. Your type. Said with genuine interest, like it'll help her somehow to know. Does she want to seem cosmopolitan, up to date on what the queers are doing? I want to snap. I'm a human being, not a sad cautionary storybook tale, but the castle is a cavernous silence around us. Books are all Ches has. And maybe they're less than what I have in the city. Experimental medicine, permission slips for names and clothes, stressful encounters with stern officials. Or maybe we're just clinging to whichever kind of hope we can get a hold of, none of which can save anyone alone. Everyone on their own bit of driftwood waiting for an actual boat to come. I'm not search and rescue. All I am is somebody in the water who found himself a flashlight. Where I've been living in Berlin, they'd say I'm an extreme transvestite. A lot of those books assume my goals in life are to steal men's wives and be miserable. I can't say I'm interested in either of those things. Nowhere is a good place for my type. England is among the worst. Germany is better. For now. At last, Ches releases my collar, and I thud back against the bench. Extreme? You? The scars to prove it. Any idiot can get scars. I gave my organs to science. Is that what it takes? To be extreme? Why does she sound eager? We share a look I haven't shared with anyone in a while. According to the theories, that's what the words are, ways to explain their ideas when it's time to write their reports. All I can say for sure is that Roger is in the name on my birth certificate. I had to jump through a circus worth of hoops to see a surgeon instead of a psych, and the world is still against me. If someone wanted that, to do all that, where would they start? Wait, Ches! Is this curiosity for curiosity, which is fair, for understanding? Or is this curiosity for, like, personal knowledge? Because I can fully understand both. The genuine curiosity of wanting to understand more and fully understand a person, but also the want to know more for, like, a personal reason. Ooh. Ah! Asking for... I can't even pretend it's for a friend. Help me out here. Ches! And to think I couldn't love him more. Oh. Oh. They do need help. Ah! 1, offer practical advice. 2, say something inspirational. Practical advice? You get the Ches non-binary reveal. Though, okay, we also say it on the promo materials. You do! I did forget about it. But you do. But no one magically knows in-game until it comes up. Ah! Wait, do I find this out in the ghost route as well? Because I don't remember. Does that come up or no? I feel like this is the most I remember talking to Ches. Not in the old demo. Okay. I feel like I didn't talk to Ches as... I did talk to her, but not nearly like this much. Which, okay, you also talked to Ches more on the Ches route. A Ches route. All right, wait, start vote. We're going to give them practical advice, right? Like, we're all in agreement that we're a homie. And Ches is being vulnerable with us. I would, if I could, I would give both. Give practical advice and then something inspirational. I'll be a homie for Ches. Perfect. Ches said our omelets were good. Or omelet was good. Gotta be a homie. There's the chaos. There it is. Damn. Well, if I have to break the tie, I already know what I'm gonna pick. So... Because, yeah, realistically, I would give both. Practical advice first, and then something inspirational. Thank you, Courtney. We've broken the tie. Even though it didn't show up, but we've broken the tie. Offer practical advice. The best clinic in Europe is in Berlin. The services there are second to none, but they have limited capacity. They only accept patients with lifelong records of deviancy. You've got to be able to convince them that you'll never fit in without their help. Oh, interesting. Ches winces. Looking at you, I worry you wouldn't make the cut. Roger. They bring a heavy pair of fists down on the opposite bench. God damn it! While I've got clearance, I shuffle a few steps closer to the door. I don't want to hear about deviancy. Do you have any idea what's wrong with this house? In the distance, pounding through the silence, a hoofbeat at a time, there are horses. Dracula's back? Nah. He wouldn't have gone alone. That whole trip was for posturing. This is those visitors I mentioned. The butcher and her crew. Fresh meat. Lucky us. For a moment, I'm hopeful we'll return to our conversation. It's a relief to be around someone I can relate to. The hope is dashed by a quick pair of footsteps in the hall. Theodora rushes into the doorway like a giddy schoolgirl. Cesara! Master Renfield too? Come, the caravan's here. Nico's arrived. Quick as she arrives, she disappears. Ches raises her eyebrows and folds her arms. Well, you heard the lady. Let's mosey. Allowing themselves to slouch a bit, scuff their heels, and slump into an unfriendly expression, Ches bypasses me to reach the hall. I turn off the unused kettle and hurry in pursuit. Come on, if I make a proper introduction, the butcher might be less mean. Ah, who am I kidding? You're irresistibly bullyable. What? Look at those glasses. That tough talk, the silly little tie. I think Roger looks great. Bruh. I could just eat you up. Excuse me? But their hand rises to grip their mouth. They frown subtly. Their other arm wraps around their waist. Maybe not today. But when? I think he looks great with a silly little tie. Chaz will shove him into a locker. Flirtatious. Yes. Sorry, Nico will be in the courtyard out front. Bending further from discomfort now rather than disaffect, they turn to face the opposite end of the hallway. Say hi for me. Ches shoots from sight. Looks like the omelet was a bad idea. They were the one who insisted on eating it. I shouldn't feel too guilty. Hard not to when I put them on the spot. Whatever. We can share the blame. At a leisurely pace, I set out for the courtyard, on the watch for this Nico. 30-odd people have brought almost a dozen vehicles into the yard, packing it wall to wall in no particular order. A long bonneted cabriolet, horse-drawn carriages, a small truck, a motorbike. Some of the people chat in the stables as they feed their horses. Some offload cargo onto a flat section of paved stones. Some simply loiter on comfortable steps or under eaves. Theodora is deep in conversation with an imposing woman by the truck. I sidle over to the duo. Pardon me, Theodora. She clasps the woman's shoulder, cutting her off mid-sentence, and directs her attention toward me. Pardon, Master Renfield. Ches sent me out here to meet the leader of the caravan. Why? Nobody else allowed my attention, eh, Draga? The woman angles herself so she's between Theodora and I. I do not control anything or anybody, but I do ride at the front. Nico? That name is not for you. Sorry. Ches said something she should not have, of course. It is her best skill. Call me Miss Popescu. Is it Popescu? Popescu? I'm gonna say Popescu. Master Renfield. We share a rigid handshake. I hear you supply the food. We were cooking together earlier and... Your breakfast! How could I forget? It's obviously a busy day for everyone. Please don't worry about it. Lots to do. I'll put twice the effort into dinner as an apology. Everyone gets their pleasure tonight. Us. Perhaps we get the nice yellow room with the velvet chair and... Shh! You think he cares? This will be the last of his worry. Not him. A pair of hard-heeled boots step loudly into the courtyard. Silence follows them. Welcome again, honored guests to Castle Dracula. Theodora and Miss Popescu sidle further apart. Dracula proceeds to the edge of the porch to continue addressing the crowd. As ever, shelter in our courtyard and gatehouse as long as you need. Speak with Theodora if there's unusual cargo to be traded or exceptional bargains to be struck. He sweeps his hand toward her like a magician's assistant. She merely bows her head in acknowledgement. Provided you have brought the customary sacrifice, you will enjoy your customary treatment. Now, there's someone I need a word with. Continue about your business, friends of the house. The crowd snaps into action immediately. Descending from his perch to meet us, Dracula never moves faster than a steady runway model walk, cape flaring around him. Slay. Good evening. I see you've abandoned Cesara, now too. There was an accident. Mishandling my brides, What happened to breakfast being the safe alternative? I can tolerate my own mistreatment, but take care with my property, Master Renfield, lest there be consequences. I don't like that he refers to them as property. Excuse you, sir. They are people. Well, to Renfield's brain, they are people. We know they're vampires, but your property? Or whatever term you find palatable. Property's definitely not it. Ladies, you are excused. Miss Popescu, see to the delivery. Theodora, there are people in need of guidance. Both of them curtsy, Theodora with her skirt, Nico with the tails of her coat, and head in opposite directions. It seems you're making fast friends with everybody. I wouldn't say friend, just don't forget. I am your host. You work for me, you obey me, the same as it is for them. My word is your command. Is that a healthy attitude to have to the people around you? Perhaps not, but the most unhealthy move either of us have made today was you refusing me. Why we gotta bring it back up? I just wanted breakfast. Damn. Oh, damn. Why is he so mad? Heed me now, Master Renfield. Tonight there will be a party. You are not invited. Attempting to attend will have terrible consequences. Damn! And I lose an invite to the party? Do you understand? Why not? Am I being excluded in revenge, or is there something happening there? There he doesn't want me involved in. But there's no point pressing the issue. If I'm not wanted, I don't want to be there. Understood. It starts around 11 o'clock and continues past midnight. Be in your room and there won't be any trouble. Dismissed. Sure, whatever he says. On my way inside, I brush past the woman in the middle of their assigned tasks. Theodora carries a large crate with surprising ease. Miss Popescu escorts a pair of visitors, a young man in a suit with a girl in her late teens balanced on his arms. You're being so brave. It's okay. We're almost there. A young Englishman. He takes most of her weight as they climb onto the porch. How far? Ground floor. Easy. If you cannot do it, though, I can carry. Can I do anything to help? My word! Another one of us out here. Allow me. Miss Popescu scoops the girl into her arms and, holding her to her chest, enters the foyer. Did you come to see Lord Dracula, too? Yes? Or rather, he called me. I'm a lawyer, finishing a property deal. Takes a lot of effort getting here, doesn't it? Even in good health. But he'll be worth the effort. What exactly is it that brought you here? His incredible powers, of course. Everyone comes here because Dracula is a miracle worker. Hey, I'm not a tour guide. Follow now or never. Oh. The man trots after her, waving anxiously behind him, gaze flicking between me and the girl. His sister? See you at the service. The service? A miracle worker? What kind of grift is Dracula running here? And why? Why am I not invited to this party? Knowing I'll be stuck in the tower once I head to bed, I'm reluctant to go, even though I have nothing left to do in the main castle. There's probably 2 hours before I'm shut away from it all. Why not take the opportunity to explore? How much can I see in the time I've got? 2 places! All right. I do not remember where we went last time. So there's for the biggest, most impressive room. Look for other outdoor areas. Look around the ground floor. Look for where they took the Englishman. Why do I feel like I did 1 or 4 last time? I don't know. And I also don't remember. Just that in general. Well, we'll put it up to a vote. So the first option, look for the biggest, most impressive room. It's been a year. Exactly. So the first option is to look for the biggest, most impressive room. 2 is look for other outdoor areas. 3 is look around the ground floor, which I'm assuming we're already on. And 4, look for where they took the Englishman. And vote. Where are we going first? I have a feeling we at least did 1 already. Time for Eeps. No worries, Marianne. Have all the good sleeps, all the sweet dreams. Thanks for hanging out.
Bye. Have a beautiful time.
Bye. I'll talk to you tomorrow. I mean, to be fair, you two have more knowledge of what we'll see as well. Depending on the votes, or depending on where we go. I'll trust wherever you all take me. Adventure is an adventure. You can see interesting things on all of them. Hello, welcome in, Real Juju. Hi. Hope you're having a wonderful time zone. They're pretty different. Okay, good to know. All right, looks like we're just exploring the ground floor, which I'm here for. There are so many rooms around the base of the castle alone. Ooh. Ooh. That's pretty. Wait, this chapel is gorgeous. Wow. A portrait gallery, the kitchen, a chapel. No. Thanks. It's not quite It's not quite level. Sometimes the ground floor is cut into rock or steps upward. Have I gone up or down from where I started? Uh-oh. Wait! Do I know what this is? Before I know it, I've stumbled into what's clearly a subterranean area. What game is this? This is the demo for Draculesti. If you want to check it out on Steam, the link is the pinned message. Hopefully it's still the pinned message. I know we've had some stream drops. But if you're familiar with Bram Stoker's Dracula and you like gothic horror, gothic literature, highly recommend. This is our second time playing. It's been a year, but second time playing. It's dark. This room isn't wired. Medieval sconces flicker on the walls. There's a low, eerie tone as a breeze filters through. Checking around to find out where I found myself, I lay hands on the cool stone edge of a coffin. My eyes adjust to the lack of light. This is a crypt. We got this last time! I do remember this. Oh, wait! Guys. I could reverb this. Immersion. There's a faint moan from the opposite side of the wall. It could be the wind coursing through the network of basement chambers. There's a sticky, dry crackle around the edges, though, like the voice of someone on the verge of starvation. There it is again. Moments later, there's a noise halfway between an iron gate shaking on its supports and someone scratching a chalkboard. Is someone there? I press myself to the brickwork. Just more aggressive. Something throws itself against the opposite side. Shaken from my place, I bump into a figure behind me. Pathetic. Oh my god, are we gonna see my queen? I'm ready. I do remember this. They yank me out of the crypt and into the corridor. Ah, idiot. That's why I voted for this one. I love it. You're Ileana? Ileana, yes. A bride. Basement's dangerous. What is it? Bad construction. Screams of soggy wood made to bear heavy weight. And rats. Probably. Bad rat problem. Rats to that. Roger. No. Yes. Shoot, before Rat King get you. That is when many rats form a group body and multiply their rat rage. It does sound bad. Shoot! I love her. I love Ileana so much. She chases me from the corridor. The room I find myself in is familiar. It's close to the foyer. I head through to ensure I don't get lost again. Rat rage is a key part of my vocab at this point. Hell yeah. You see more of her in the Dracula Route 2? Say less. I head through to ensure I don't get lost again. I don't know what to make of Ileana yet. Strange to think of her as a set with Teodora and Chaz. Dracula certainly knows how to pick them. They're all very different. All right. Where are we going? How many brides? 3. Teodora, Chez, and Ileana. Those are Dracula's 3 brides. All right, so the first option, we can look for the biggest, most impressive room. The second option, look for other outdoor areas, which I definitely don't think we did that one. Or 3, look for where they took the Englishmen. I don't remember if we did 1 or 3. I know 2. 2 doesn't sound like something I picked. Vote! Are we going for the biggest, most impressive room? Are we looking for other outdoor areas, or are we going to where they took the Englishmen? My fate is in your hands. 2? Okay. 1? Oh no. Oh no. Courtney, someone. Break the tie. Please. Someone vote 3 for comedy? Oh no. Not the absolute chaos of a 3-way tie. For a second, I really thought Courtney was gonna vote for 3. But okay. Looks like we're gonna go outdoors. Let's go, Courtney. Here, I'll end the vote early. We've made our decision. Let's look for look for other outdoor areas. I wander around the lower floors for a while. It turns out even the ground of the castle is uncertain. Each floor has steps and sublevels and gradations that make it hard to tell where they begin and end. There are little cliffside overlooks, tiny interior courtyards, big enough for a single shrub, balconies leading onto rooftops. Seemingly no other real outdoor spaces. Then I spot it through a colonnade. A beautiful garden full of shrubs and flower beds. It seems much too large for where it's placed relative to the rest of the house. In the time I've been wandering, Theodora has left the caravan and come inside for a given value of inside. She's poised over the flowers with secateurs in hand. Oh, this is pretty. Like having like lace on the background. Also, I do love pink. Princess Theodora. With a loud sink, she clams the secateurs shut. Master Renfield, is my gardening any better than my baking? Turning to me, she brings the secateurs flat against her chest, and I don't know if I'm saying that right. Yes, I was just about to compliment it. Really? Her voice aches. I don't think she believes me. The hedges are beautifully shaped. Does that take a lot of work? I didn't shape them, I just maintained them. A lot of maintenance then. Do you enjoy gardening? Keeping the grounds is an important job for the lady of the house. I enjoy making Vlad happy. No one but her has used his first name. You're very devoted. Yes. The secateurs sink again. Failing in your household duties is a tiny form of betrayal, but it's easy to do. Many do it every day. Vlad is surrounded by traitors. It drives him to despair, but not I. These tiny forms of constance keep what they can alive in spite of this wicked world. I see. Renfield, you got to use his first name for a few hours, and then it got revoked! Because we chose Chaz! But I'm not upset about it. Maybe a little bit, but it's fine. Because we chose Chaz. Don't you have your own job to do? I suppose I do. Without a formal goodbye, she crouches by the bush she'd been working at, signaling me away. Sure. Okay. I'll leave her to it. Much as I'd love to stay and enjoy the garden. Alone in my room, I watch the sky settle on its darkest shade for the night. A black, like the underside of thick Arctic sea ice. Theodora brings me dinner. Moussaka with additional vegetables on the side. It's perfect. Moist yet firm. What is moussaka? I'm looking this up. What is moussaka? Ooh, it looks like a lasagna. A Mediterranean dish of layered eggplant, ground meat, and sauces that's commonly in the Balkans and Middle East. It looks like a lasagna, but not pasta, I assume. No pasta in it? I do love eggplant. Damn it! Stop it, I'm hungry. Stop looking at food, Val! Half an hour later, Miss Popescu arrives to collect the plate in return for a tea tray. Evening. Staying put like you're told? Of course, no sense being somewhere I'm not wanted. Think I'll write a letter to the office, get ready for bed, and pick a book from my trunk. Stronger than you look to carry books around. No, they're those soft Toschnitz editions. Toschnitz? Talknitz? Easiest way to buy English books in Germany. And they're light. She shakes her head dismally. Here comes the German. Now I'm just gonna do my best. Moving the dishes to the far corner of the desk, I get out my writing set and try my hand at a letter to Jonathan. It should be the easiest thing in the world to do. Oh. I see you were spared having to read the harder French. Yeah. We moved past it. I wasn't gonna try. I did look it up, and it looks delicious. I was not gonna try. We all know I would have failed miserably. So I'll spare myself the embarrassment. Now, what does the key mean? Exactly. Does the key mean it unlocks? Well, okay, the key will unlock something. That I feel like is a given. It's okay, I can't say it either. We suffer together. And I took French in school? Oh no. I took Spanish. And then I dropped out of Spanish the third year because senior year, I wasn't gonna study. And I took a third choir class because I could. The key means it's a choice you've unlocked. Ah, from previous choices you've made. Ooh, so what you're telling me is we should just do that one. I should have taken Spanish. I wish I retained Spanish. I wanted to take ASL because sign language was available at my high school. And I really wanted to take sign language. However, my parents were very adamant of the fact that I should take Spanish because that would mean it would be a lot easier for me to learn Tagalog. Because I'm half Filipino. Did I retain any Spanish? No. Do I know any Tagalog? No. So, great time we're having. The first one ends the demo sooner than the second choice, and why would we want to do that? We're having a time. I think we can all agree. We don't want this to end sooner. There's always time to learn. Learning languages is hard. And even harder when you're neurodivergent and can't focus or find the motivation. Like I was, for the longest time I was trying to learn Korean. And I got as far as being able to read Hangul, but not translate it. That's where I stopped. Second choice, I don't even need to put this up to a vote. I think we just full send, right? I think, unless this is something completely new, I think I might know what this is. I might remember what this is, but I'm not gonna say anything. Unless this is new and I'm thinking of something completely different. But we full send. It's hard, but it's important. I can't give up. If I can't tell him how I feel, I can at least tell him the factual reality of my situation. There's danger in the castle. I seem to be in danger. Wait, are we in danger? Now well, okay. Does white mean danger or black mean danger? Because I was under the impression that we were in like a lot of danger before. But now we're fine. Are we in danger? Oh, I can click on this. Fountain pen, the second most important tool in a solicitor's arsenal after his mind. It's half clogged with dry ink and needs a good clean. You know, I probably should update his danger for this scene. Oh! Now that you point that out, I'm so glad I could be of help. Although, I still ask, does black mean danger or does the white mean danger? That is still my question. The white means more danger. Okay, okay. He's in a little danger. Maybe it's his anxiety. Okay, I see. Because before we were in a lot of danger when we were outside with Dracula and Ches. I remember then. That was like almost full. There's a firework that went off outside. There's danger in the castle. I seem to be in danger, which somebody needs to hear about. Ches means well, but I don't know how much help there'll be if I'm backed into a corner. Dracula is their husband. They are sworn to him. Not everyone is willing to break a vow when push comes to shove. All right, don't worry about the world outside. Focus on what's happening here. Dear Jonathan, I have arrived in Romania and met with our client. I pray this letter finds you well, for you may never see me again. The residents of Castle Dracula have given me reason to believe I am in danger. Though I have found no hard evidence of wrongdoing, Dracula's family have voiced grave concern for my safety. You know I've dealt with bad clients before, people who would wish harm on me, that I can handle myself in these situations. This is different somehow. Please trust my instincts and send me help. I'll have this letter sent in secret. If I haven't called within 10 days of its writing, alert the authorities. With any luck, speak soon. There's so much we've left unsaid. It can't end like this. Oh. My heart. Eternally yours, Roger M. Renfield. 16th February 1931. There. It's done. Folding the letter and addressing the envelope, I feel a last pang of self-consciousness. Is it pathetic of me to ask for help? If Jonathan were here in my place, he wouldn't need any. This is just as embarrassing as talking about my feelings would have been. I leave the letter and the envelope on the desk. I feel like Jonathan would understand. Just talk about your feelings. Think about it overnight. Decide whether to send it in the morning. Ugh. Defeated by my insecurities, I resign myself to reading a book instead. The latest Jeeves collection, fresh from the station bookstore, a warm story for chilly Transylvania. As I turn from the desk to reach for my suitcase. Yes! There's a shape that shouldn't be there. My hand clutches protectively to my throat. The monster from the first night shifts and crackles, cross-legged on the covers. As he adjusts his posture, his legs leave soot marks on the pale linen. This is a vivid delusion, just a delusion, that's all. The castle has scarred the wits out of me. Get out, you're not real. Ah, so creepy! Oh, I remember this artwork vividly. The way the teeth and the eyes, the way it contrasts to the rest, it's so good. Like, it's so creepy, but it's so good. Chills. I love it. Like carbon refining to diamond, the blurry dark mass of his jaw sharpens into bright white teeth. Not real, says who? This is a vivid delusion, just a delusion. Oh, sorry, I don't know why I started reading from the top again. He unfolds his legs, wiping soot everywhere, and springs to his bird-like toes. All of 7 feet tall. Damn. Looming. Damn. He big. He very big. Dracula. Dracula said so. Ooh! Ooh, close up! The monster prowls closer until he's near enough to make my chest tighten and my throat catch, remembering our last encounter. I grope across the desk for something sharp. Not that I need it. This is a delusion. The fountain pen is all I've got to already sweaty hand. No sooner have I raised it than he catches the butt of the pen. It slides from my treacherously slick palm. Oh, and it's gone from my inventory. He twirls it between his fingers, right in my face. What else has Dracula said? The monster's voice is a smoky rumble, like an approaching train. Not to go downstairs tonight? I'm gonna listen to him, little lawyer. We watch each other intently. I feel like I remember what option we chose last time. 1, no, let's see what he's up to, so we still go out. Or 2, we at least just reply, yes, let me read in peace. How curious are we? How curious are we, chat? And we vote. 1, we want to see what he's up to, or 2, let me read my book. We can have a quiet night. As quiet as it can be for whatever party's going to be going on downstairs, and we have a tie. Oh! Oh, Courtney's broken the tie. Guess we're not having a quiet night then. Damn, we tried. We tried to have a quiet night. But it seems we will not. Now, let's see what he's up to. The monster rumbles louder. He laughs. Then, turning quick on the tips of his claws, he sinks to the door. He slinks to the door. Try to keep pace. He's on the stairs before I'm out of my chair. And the bastard still got my pen. Stumbling in pursuit, I follow the glint of my pen cap as his body fades into the darkness. He waits near the bend for me to follow. When he sees me come through the door, he starts to spiral leisurely down. With those long legs, he's much faster than I am at his slow pace. In the corridor, he stalls at the opposite end before disappearing. We're headed to the heart of the house. The level below is quiet. That isn't unusual per se. The upper floors were quiet too. What troubles me is the fact it's late enough the party should have started. Dracula's folk dance cult ceremony. Is that Bacchanal wine tasting? Bacchanal? Whatever, should generate some sort of noise, surely? If not voices, music, or stomping feet and slamming doors. Near a window that faces the courtyard, the monster stands with folded arms. As I approach, he points outside and slips ahead into the next room. The courtyard is lit dimly by the caravan's lamps. Dozens of figures come and go from their vehicles to their rooms in the gatehouse. The only people who could be in the main building are Dracula, the brides, and just one or two of the visitors. That wouldn't be much of a party. What are they really doing tonight? Don't let anyone notice. The monster reappears in the doorway for a moment. Hey! Shh! We continue on. The front door is closed. The great hall is open. The chandelier casts a beam of light through the double doors, the shadow lingering at its center. Hurry. Above the opposite side of the foyer, I finally hear voices. Let him out of your sight. Doors are secure. Unless he leaps, he will be in the castle. Your own fault for stupid plan of separating them. Now. Don't trust either of you to have the self-control to find him. Popescu, take care of it. Heavy footsteps thud toward the foyer. Oh, the Englishman, right? Slipping and sliding onto the marble, I scramble to the bottom of the stairs and around into the great hall. The monster steps aside and gently presses the door shut behind us. He turns the pen between his fingers in a hypnotic pattern. Sauntering to one of the banquet tables, he lets his arms fall at his side. Oops. He drops the pen underneath. With a gentle clickety-clack, it rolls out of sight. A last gasping sclack, indicating it's hit a table leg. Why? Shh. The monster adjusts the bench so I can duck through. Increasingly grumpy, increasingly wary, I clamber past. When I'm there, pen in hand, the monster shoves the bench back in place, trapping me inside. I can get out, but there'll be a good bit of effort and noise involved. And since I can hear the doors reopening, now's not the time. The monster strolls along the aisle to meet the new arrivals. As he goes, the darkness strips from his ankles, revealing pale human skin. The body underneath the charcoal carapace is smaller, despite the tall stiletto heels on their feet. There's a whoosh as a sweep of red silk falls into place around their legs and trails behind them in a great crimson train. Hey, where have you been? Around. Didn't happen to see our missing guest anywhere. Who's missing? Who does it look like? I'm assuming she's in pain. I'm afraid your brother has made a liar of me, poor child. It seems he won't be here to say goodbye. Dracula scoops the girl from the floor. Holding her in his arms, he presses a reassured kiss to her scalp. Then, in spite of her whimpers of protest, he thuds her onto the table above me. My heart startles into overdrive. The three brides drift closer. Ches, with that distinctive red hem, sidles near where I'm hidden and kicks some skirt over my outer arm and leg. Theodora and Ileana lean on the other side of Dracula. He presides over the half-conscious girl like a book of scripture. The brides lightly restrain her hands and feet while he, alongside her upper body, draws a small knife from his pocket. In order not to panic, I clamp my hands over my mouth. The cap of the pen strikes my glasses. What was that? Heel got stuck. It's because those ridiculous Hush! It's not clear whether he's addressing the brides or the girl. The last of her strength ripples out of her in wet sobs that shake the whole table. I get jostled by the leg, but I refrain from reacting. Extending his arm, Dracula sinks his blade in the shallows of her skin. Her sobs turn to shrieks. His hands move steadily, scarifying a design in her chest. Hello? Scarifying! A design in her chest. I can read. Lord, let her regret her hubris and reward mine. Let her be the fuel we burn to further our ambition. We place another body on the mountains of corpses. We climb a step closer toward your glorious flame. Lord Dardarat? Dardarat? She is yours, for we are yours. Human sacrifice. There's a moment of stillness as he raises the blade. The girl gasps in horrified anticipation. The knife cuts through the pause, through her throat. The frenzy begins. Dracula pulls her into his arms, her legs flopping over the edge of the table in front of me, and opens his jaws wide to latch them around her neck. He sucks at the wound like a starved man in the desert. Suddenly, the brides snap into position, taking whatever patches of bare skin they can find or clearing fabric away in order to have their share. Even Ches, lucid and scheming just a few minutes ago, gnaws at the girl with absent shark-like eyes. I take a stiletto to the elbow. If I had an ally here before, I don't now. None of these creatures can be trusted not to kill me. I've got to get out of here. Flipping onto my front, when everyone's clear of the table, I start to crawl along underneath. I would have just stayed right there. I'd be way too scared to move. I would be far too scared to move. The quartet are lost in what they're doing. Clicks and cracks come from the girl's limbs as they contort her for the best access to her veins. I don't worry too much about bumping the furniture. If they didn't notice an arm breaking, they don't notice the bench move. While I hustle along like a cockroach caught in the kitchen, images carousel through my mind of Theodora, a model housewife, ripping apart the tendons of the girl's wrists with her teeth. Of Ilyana, normally stoic, now snarling as she's beaten to a prime artery. Of Ches. Oh, Ches, flexing the girl's knee until it snaps. Damn! Dracula, though, maintains his calm and his position at the throat, drinking deep and uninterrupted, naturally entitled to the greatest share. At the end of the banquet table, near the exit, there's nothing between me and the door but the threat of being seen. I glance back. The brides are still in a fugue state. Dracula is hard to read. Nudging the bench aside, I stumble onto 2 feet and open the door and into the open. Not far. It's not far. I can cross the gap. They'll never notice. They won't know. I've been here. And where might you be going? No.
Ready for the mosh pit, Shoutout.
Hi, Jadis.
Maybe not.
He stands in the middle of the cluster, the girl's body slumped in his arms. Damn, look at this. Damn. And again, the contrast with the white of the eyes and the teeth. Oh, that looks so cool. He stands in the middle of the cluster, the girl's body slumped in his arms. The brides flank him, clutching a shoulder or a thigh each. Theodora isn't distracted. Ches adjusts the shoulder to hide behind it. Ilyana spits as she makes eye contact. Fear locks me in place. Even though he spoke before, Dracula isn't fully composed yet. Like a dog caught with a chicken from the coop, he blinks slowly, his pupils struggling to focus. Sorry I'm late. Was hanging out with family. You're good. No worries at all. Glad you made it. His goatee is dyed solid red with her blood. There's a moment of wordless trembling before he's able to speak again. I don't know why you're here or how you snuck in, but this doesn't have to concern you. Return to your room and forget what you've seen. Let it be nothing but a nightmare. Why? Why do this? Because the house has needs and the master must provide. Releasing his grip on the girl's torso, he drops her onto the bride's arms, where they're able to bite and gnaw even more ferociously. He might be sated, but they remain hungry, unable to stop until the well runs dry. Dracula realizes he won't have my attention while the body and the brides are in view. Rather than step around them, he dissipates into pitch black smoke and surges through the group, coalescing in front of me. Ooh! Damn! For a moment after he reforms, his eyes have that awful hollow look again and his features are contorted. He extends a hand to me. Not to worry. Your fate will be different. Clear it out. What a disaster. Put it where? Doesn't matter. Sell it if you like. If you brought anything worthwhile. A scratched briefcase, a near-empty jar of ink, a selection of ugly ties. Why did I ever think he was worth our time? The moment we learned his superiors had pawned us off, we should have written a letter of complaint. Dear Jonathan. To be burnt? No, Nicoletta. Our summons were ignored, too comfy in the aisle to come out east. What right has a foreign prince to his attention? I think, however, he will come, if called by one of his own. Mr. Harker won't dare ignore us now. We got this route last time. I don't know what I did, but I remember. I know what this is. And I'm excited to revisit it. I'm very excited to revisit this. So I did really like this part. So yay. This makes me want to... Now, my parents are in another state, so I can't. But I have my copy. They have my copy of Bram Stoker's Dracula, because I read that in high school. We were supposed to read Frankenstein. That was in the curriculum, but bless my teacher's heart. She was like, Frankenstein's great, classic. I find it boring, so instead, we're gonna read Bram Stoker's Dracula. And I was like, oh, because of the letter. That's right. But yeah, she's like, we're gonna read Dracula instead. Loved it. I want my version of it though, because it was a school book. Obviously I have like a bunch of writing in the book, as I feel like a lot of people do for books they read in high school. I don't write in my books now because I'm not a heathen, but I did when I was studying the things, and I would like to have all my notes. It's like all the Shakespeare books that my parents have that have so many notes in them that I wish I had. Oh, and The Great Gatsby. All my notes in my Great Gatsby book. A Tale of Two Cities. I would love to reread that one. I think I annotated in that too, but I also had to use Spark Notes for that because my teacher taught jack shit that year. Nip off because we're going to have a guest show up shortly. No worries. Thank you so much for playing the demo. It was lovely to hang out with you. Thank you so much for coming in. Enjoy your time with Johnny. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming in and letting me know about the demo updates as well. We're having such a time, and I'm loving it. Thank you. I bid him goodbye with a firm handshake. Whatever we had before, it's over. This is what we are now. He takes the ferry. I exit the terminal. Done. Half swimming through the torrential downpour, I launch myself into the car, bringing a splash of the elements into the driver's seat with me. I'm still here, eating ice cream in America. What kind of ice cream? Also, what time zone are you in? Are you in the same time zone as me? Or is it much later for you? Vanilla, but with honey on it? That sounds delicious. Damn. Oh, same time zone. Nice. Nice. Because I was going to say, if you're on the East Coast, I'd be like, friend, do you need rest? But also, are you like the family nocturnal? Because same. Half swimming through the torrential downpour, I launch myself into the car, bringing a splash of the elements into the driver's seat with me. Just as I've got the engine started, I realize the boat might not even leave the dock in this weather. The road calls, but I idle in the car park and do my due diligence. I'm currently on Australia time. That's fair. Except you don't live in the future like they do. You live in the past with the rest of us. Though the sound of the machinery is completely drowned out, the vibrations travel through the seat, letting me know she's ready to go whenever I am. I rest my head to the center of the steering wheel. Just us here, beautiful, and you're still my girl, warm to the touch, no trouble to look after, we'll get by together. Wouldn't know how to hold a man. Can't be sad I let him go. Don't think either of us wanted that. He'll find a pretty wife in Germany. I'll do the same here. Move on. There is so much yearning. You know, if either of them would just talk about their feelings, they could still be happy. They could figure it out. 'Cause goddamn, that self-guilt, like, not so much a guilt trip, but like that pity trip of he'll find someone else and be happy with someone else. Like, damn. I know, right? They should just be together. Damn. Not a break in the rain, but a reduction reveals that the boat left the dock sometime in the last few sodden minutes. The most pitiful stern lights I've ever seen sputter at me from the channel. Like a dazzled extra who missed their cue, I make a hasty exit, stage left. Onto the A33, toward home. London bound. Where I belong. The trouble with the car is she's so stunning it's impossible not to notice her coming. A silver ghost in namesake silver, but she glistens like mercury as she glides along the wet London streets, attracting many eyes. In particular, the eyes of my newly and instantly close friends, Lucy Westenra and Lord Arthur Godalming. Lord Arthur. There's a lot to handle on the best of days. Here's me, who's spent the early hours of the morning to and fro's across the south of England with a steady headache and a damp wool suit. Parking around the nearest corner, I take a breath and plan how to get by. Right. Steel yourself. They're not even your friends, so it doesn't matter what they think. Collar up, shoulders hunched, I slump out of the car. Lucy comes at me harder than the rain. We waited all night! Where were you both? Wait, where is she, Jonathan? I continue along and into Arthur. Have your private evening, by all means. Enjoy each other's company, but God's sakes, tell the host... Evade him too. Neither of them are used to being ignored. They lose seconds, stunned, like aimless jellyfish under their umbrellas. When they realize they're being avoided, they try to chase, but I'm already around the corner. John... Oh, come on, man! Where is she? At the doorstep. Haven't you embarrassed us enough? Unlocking it. Where is Mina? Over the threshold. Slamming it closed as Arthur's frantic fist meets the other side, I skid wetly along the polished stone floor. At the main desk, Mr. Builder, the building manager. Mr. Builder, the building manager, that's fun to say. Takes indiscreet glances from his half-sorted pile of mail. Keep them out, would you? Depends how much he wants to pay. You got 25 quid from me on Monday. Reckon he'll do twice that and won't expect to have any pipes fixed. Your loss if the floor rots. Get your lift, Harker. I've got the door. Arthur resumes knocking, distracting Mr. Builder as I proceed right past the lift to the stairs. What kind of fit young up-and-comer refuses to take the lift? Well, the 6 or 7 attendants who've seen me panic in them are bad enough. I don't need any more witnesses. Something about the noise, something about the movement, something... I'm fit and young and capable of climbing. The exercise does me good anyway. Why shouldn't I take the stairs? Sorry. What did y'all break? The internet just doesn't want us to have fun tonight. It's very, very homophobic behavior. Honestly. Can't leave you for a goddamn night? Well... Oh my god, Courtney at 4% and then Alyssa at 96. Hey, with your powers combined, that's a whole dick punch. The whole apartment is 3 rooms. I take off my shoes at the living room entrance, throw my sodden jacket and waistcoat over the towel rail in the bathroom, and abandon my shirt and trousers on a side chair in the bedroom. £25 a month for a single bedroom. London. What a charmer. I would take £25 rent. Sounds are you kidding? If only. 25 a month, right? I would happily pay that for a room. Yeah. Wouldn't have made Roger sleep on the sofa. But shouldn't have made Roger sleep on the sofa. Where else would I have put him? This whole fake wedding plan was lie to his father, say we'd like to marry and that he'd pretty please let me have his daughter's hand and power of attorney and spare her a lifetime in the sanitarium. Everyone was worried sick about Dr. Seward's questionable treatments. Judy, nice. Alyssa, how are you? How you be? I know the bed, Jonathan, with you, unless consent says otherwise. Because that would be understandable, but also the bed with you. Because clearly y'all still care about each other. And have feelings for each other. Nobody wanted to leave Roger there, except he couldn't be set free either. Not when he hadn't been cured of his delusions of manhood. Cured of his delusions of manhood. I was the key to freedom without freedom. Someone who'd tolerate his wild ideas about himself, but keep them clear of society at large. For his safety and his father's peace of mind, horrible things might happen otherwise. Assaults or arrests or any of the million bad fates that befall queer folk. Given Roger's experiences at City of London Mental Hospital, they get to be particular about people using their new name. It's likely he would have accepted a tiny, gloomy, 25 a month gilded cage. 10 times the space of his cell, sociable company, real food and clothes, and nary a condenser couch in sight. Except, that's no way to live, is it? No way for him to live. He's not meant to be a vestigial thing tacked on to somebody else. He's too himself for that. Not you bringing in that poll. Oh my god, that was a show too, wasn't it? I completely forgot that that was a show. It's very gay. I full on forgot that that was a show because I'm like, oh, what a literary poll. I'm like, no. Of one of my favorite books I read in high school, I'm like, wait, no, that was also a show. The moment you said Sarah Paulson, I like could see it in my mind. Did I ever even finish it? I know I started it. I was watching it as it was airing. I have absolutely no clue if I ever actually finished it. It was both, and that is how you reference get on my level. Damn. I'm good. I was out all day, but I'm glad I'm still able to catch your stream. I remember I really enjoyed the last demo, so I'm gonna have to watch your VOD to see the other route. Yes. Oh my god. You'll love it. We've been having such a time. Definitely so much new content that we didn't see last time. I hope everyone's been well. I have been. We've been vibing. I knew your nerd ass would pull actual Nurse Ratched too. Yes. My nerd ass, exactly. I'm such a fun brain cell, and I love that. No way for him to live. He's not meant to be a vestigial thing. Tacked onto somebody else. He's too himself for that. Which is why I took him in hand, thanked his keepers for their trust, and let him go. I miss you. I miss you so much. Hopefully I'll get to see you soon. Now I'm standing here alone in an apartment built for one. And since none of the people who kidnapped him and held him hostage these last years see him as a lucid adult man responsible for his own choices, a whole lot of blame is about to land on me. My parents and his mother, Miss Renfield, knew what he had planned. Knew what he had planned. Nobody else. Oh! So there are some people in on the plan. Nice. It's not just Jonathan. Oh, wait, so that means Jonathan's parents are very inclusive and welcoming. Also, same as Roger's mom. Wait, that's comforting. Lucy and Arthur are just the first of his friends who'll be mad about this. Dr. Seward will at least leave an angry telegram. Mr. Murray is who I feel guiltiest about. It would be so satisfying to meet rage with rage, shout, yell, scream back at him when the call comes. Of course he left after how he was treated. Mr. Murray trusted me to do the right thing. I've done it. The question of how to treat his child with love, care, and compassion had an answer he won't like. From now on, we'll stand on opposite sides of a great divide. You figured it out? I'm still busy. Make time for me, brain cell. When just a week ago he trusted me enough to give me his blessing, legal power over his last living heir, and the most expensive gift I've ever received. Here I am by myself in the bedroom of my apartment, in my underwear, hot, as my clothes drip dry on a rack. I have a spare set nearby, but I can't possibly wear it. It's not meant for me, not in this life. Nevertheless, I open the wardrobe doors and stare at ill-gotten gains. A personally tailored tuxedo courtesy of Mr. Murray's own workshop. I don't go to weddings. This is taking time. You should wear nothing but white. I heard that that's what you wear at weddings. I've been to a few. So much white. All of the white. The whitest white that you can find. The company doesn't even do bespoke. They're ready to wear only. I was an exception. Designer got pulled from their upcoming line to create a one-off piece for me. You could take her? Perfect. Silk waistcoat, ivory bow, wing collar, and peak lapel. It's not my style. In fact, if I didn't intend to return it to Mr. Murray, I'd offer it to Roger. He's mentioned liking dark suits. There's a single concession to my tastes, a lone indication either of us were ever seen as people and not stock concepts, the smart, unstable daughter of her daring, high-climbing suitor. A sunflower boutonniere. Those are my colors. That is who I am. Reaching ever upward toward the sun, I unpin it from the lapel. The suit, I've got to return that. It's an important show of good faith. The first step in a long journey to winning Mr. Murray over. This is small enough he shouldn't notice or care if I keep it. I want to remember what Roger and I came so close to doing. How close we were for a moment. Until we came apart. Oh, my heart. Until we're together again. Somewhere. My hand is closed tight over the boutonniere. The truck rattles out of my control. Around and around and around the endless mountains of Romania. Once, during the stone house visiting hours, Dr. Seward and I had a conversation while we waited for Roger to be brought out. I don't put much stock in his profession, but in search of a topic, I asked him what his recommendations were for neurasthenia? To which he told me, Mr. Harker, if you've a sickness of the mind, I've a voltage for it. Around and around and around the truck goes. Its engine shudders and cringes at the terrain. It rocks to and fro on its axles from turn to turn. There are 3 of us in the cab, and I am furthest from the wheel, pressed against the right door. I want to reach out and grab the wheel, but it's too far, so I hold the boutonniere. Besides, there are obstacles in the way. Can't do much with just a fortnight. Pop askew! She can play by the end of it, it is fine. Music takes practice. Such a condensed course can never build the muscle memory required for long-term success. The princess cannot travel. The prince cannot pay forever. 2 weeks. A job is a job. Both of them had better have the right expectations. Brick, how are you? How you be? The passenger turns my way, pushing me further against the door. What about him? What are you doing here? I'm a lawyer. Isn't that the sort of thing that can be done at a remove? Why bother with the trip? High-end clients get high-effort service. She doesn't need to know that what happened to Renfield. Even I don't know. Criminal, immigration, property. Hush. Confidential. I think it's more incriminating not to specify, but if this right-hand woman prefers to keep it quiet, I won't mention the sale. Mysterious legal aid from the East, piano instructions from Yugoslavia. The prince has an unusual menagerie, doesn't he? England. Actually, I'm English. Oh. Just like that, the enigma is gone. Miss Popescu looks angry. I said even that much. The passengers shuffle so she's facing for it again. Uncomfortable as it was, the conversation was a welcome distraction from the road, and my focus returns to the eerie sensations around me. Rattle, rattle, clunk, clunk, wobble, wobble, shunk, shunk. Oh, I love a good rhyme. Around and around and around. Cliff's turn to castle. Almost there. Shifting forward in her seat, Miss Popescu glances past the passenger at me. How much were you told about your friend? You know what happened to him? No details. We approach a terrifying wooden bridge, nothing but a few planks stretched over a ravine. Between us, the passenger's eyes flick side to side, though she doesn't interrupt, smartly realizing Miss Popescu might stop altogether if she did. All I got was a sealed letter, together with a note saying he was missing. The letter warned the prince was a threat. The note said Roger had lost his mind and fled the castle. I was asked to refund his fees or come in his place. Our speed lowers as we cross the bridge to a courtyard on the other side to make sure we don't slam into the opposite wall. Even a large courtyard can only be so big. Good luck with your search. I haven't told her, but she knows. It's the only good reason not to send the money instead. I'm here to save his life all over again. The 4th of March, 1931. So it was December before, right? And now it's March? No, it was February. I'm dumb. I don't remember. I'm just here. Time, wibbly wobbly, timey-wimey. It was February? Okay, I don't know why I thought it was December. I don't know where that came from. We parked alongside an old-fashioned stable in a space just the right size. I returned the boutonniere to my lapel. Miss Clara, with me. Should I wait? The prince will come. Some people have all the luck. Legs numb, we stumble from the cab. Miss Popescu takes her and the passenger's supplies from the truck bed. The pair amble inside via the nearest entrance, the staff access by the stable. Since there's no one else in sight, I shuffle along to collect my own luggage. A hand latches onto my shoulder. Another lashes past my chest to take hold of my suitcase before me. Huh. Allow me. I startle backwards into the new arrival. Sliding their grip from my shoulder to my wrists, they pirouette me around to face them. Careful, we're on uneven ground. It's a man in his early 40s. His hair's gone almost completely white, but he's put immense effort into retaining his doll-like skin and his perfect parallel teeth. Immense wealth. A princely sum. This is Dracula. What a shame it's taken so long to make your acquaintance, Mr. Harker. Lowering my hands until they're at eye level, pausing and thinking better of something, he releases me. I tuck both hands in my pockets. He has me backed against the truck. Longer trip than I expected. The journey takes what it takes. No, I meant your original sin, sending a subordinate. Renfield. Wasn't I worth your personal attention? His shoe scrapes downward along the sloped cobblestones until it comes to a stop between mine. Our knees bump together. There are military commanders who don't lead with this much force. He really is annoyed about Roger. Wants me on the literal back foot. That's not happening. He's so petty. See, nobody ever passes their boss an easy job. I've had weeks to prepare for him. I sidestep him and start toward the main entrance, letting him take my bag, just like he wanted. He whirls and powers after me. I can see Hawkins and Harker have insulted you, Prince, and for that I would like to express our sincere and heartful apologies. Our faith in Master Renfield was misplaced. If we could go back and start over, we would of course assigned me to you. Secure a better outcome for everybody. Our reputation, your satisfaction, Roger's safe. Dracula is suddenly ahead and glowering. His safety is irrelevant. All that matters is what's been left unfinished. Sure. Once it is finished, though, may I stay an extra day and look for him? There's the castle, the ravine, the mountaintops. The family can't have checked everywhere. Provided the search comes after we were thorough and it's been 3 weeks. Don't expect a happy ending. It's far too late for that. So cold. So cold. He's irritated by how determined I am. Not enough to say no. If he lets me conduct a personal investigation, it'll keep the authorities at bay. Whether or not I believe Roger's claims about him being a threat, this place has secrets it doesn't want known. Buried somewhere, Dracula assumes I can't or won't look for them. Long ago, the Murray Renfields trusted me with their child's life. Been here the whole time, sending lovely DMs. Yes, I saw. But I do actually need to go to bed. No worries, Cupcake. Thank you so much for hanging out and for lurking. I love and appreciate you. Have all the good sleeps and all the sweet dreams. Long ago, the Murray Renfields trusted me with their child's life. If the search ends at his grave, at least I know how badly I failed them. Hold tight, Roger. Across the threshold. Love and appreciate you. Dracula closes the door behind me. No sooner have we stepped inside than he's fleeing across the room for the nearest exit. I start to follow. Someone intercepts me from the opposite side. Jonathan Harker, we've been waiting. A short brunette latches onto my arm. While I'm distracted by her, 2 other figures materialize around me, closing from all sides like the 3-toed talon of a bird of prey. Oh, Chaz doesn't have her coat, but look at that jewelry. Damn. I didn't realize how intense it was. Look at all the chains. I love this. I love this for them. While I'm distracted by her, 2 other figures, I just read that. A statuesque raven-haired beauty peers over my shoulder. So he came. They're so stylish. See, imagine a cosplay. I would be so down to do something like that. That looks so cool. A bedraggled blonde nudges my ribs. Bad decision. The brunette tugs me onward. A giant pair of double doors are open at the end of the entrance hall. Beyond, a banquet table has been set with candlesticks and dinnerware. 2 dark, 1 fair, all in unison, they carry me to a chair. I'm seated left of the head. The brunette takes the right side, the blonde beside her, and the raven beside me. That's... Calling them a raven, like using that as a descriptor, is so interesting. Vlad will be here shortly, and Nicoletta with the food. Before she sits, she takes a bottle of red wine from between us and starts to pour our drinks. I place a hand over my glass. None for me. Teetotaler? Just don't feel like it. We never had any at home, and I spent university cleaning up after Roger. The only occasions I can be talked into drinking are weddings, funerals, and to celebrate being done with a particularly bad client. The Raven? I love that. I mean, but I kind of do see, if you look at Ches, I do definitely see it. Maybe if she asks at the end of this trip. Excuse me. Certain? She rolls her wrists, swirling the wine until it forms a whirlpool. Too pushy. Let him be. Dracula reappears empty-handed. Half the world prefers to abstain. We wouldn't want to look uncultured. Her eyes drop to the table. She returns the bottle and takes her seat. He stalks along the left side, my side, brushing the Raven and Eye's backs. Finally, he slips into his chair. Layers of fabric and hair cascade around him, settle in sleek bands that accentuate his angular figure. Not to worry, Mr. Harker. Popescu will fetch a bottle of Cicada instead. Delicious. What is it? An elderflower drink. Thank you all for your generosity. Yours, Miss Popescu's, and... Pardon, I didn't get their names. Oh, come on, girls. I'm Theodora, his first bride. Ches, second. The blonde chooses this moment to take a sip. A drink. Down her entire glass. Wipe her mouth clean. Slams it on the table, deliberately avoiding the placemat. A long silence passes before Dracula realizes she won't budge. Ileana, my third and final. It ends with me. Before anyone can argue his point, Miss Popescu arrives with a trolley and offloads 5 plates of grilled fish. Mine is served with a salad. Nobody else's is. He whispers in her ear and sends her back out. Bon appetit. We begin. I'm too hungry to ask about the salad situation. The fish is perfect, flaky and soft, but the greens are wilted. The vinegar dressing helps hide that, to an extent. Someone with less refined palate might not notice. Clearly, I've spent too many nights and too much money dining out in Soho. Aside from Miss Popescu delivering Cicada and a series of requests for salt and water, leticing across the table, leticing, we eat in peace and quiet. Okay, pick an angle to work. Dracula didn't like being asked about Roger. Theodora is the most talkative of his 3 brides, but the pair of them are in lockstep, which means she won't want to talk about it either. Ches has kept those lovely lips unreadably quiet. Ileana? Let's try Ileana. Ileana, when I look over at her, she's pulling a bone from her teeth. That's an interesting... Shit. If in doubt, compliment a woman's clothes, but there's no way it'll seem sincere in her case. Pattern on your shirt, what is it? She extracts the bone and turns it between her fingertips. The stitches or the blood? You are full of blood, so I think you know what it is. Stitches are by me also. Good hobby to have. Happy to teach anyone if people stop being above it. The other brides avoid her as she points the bone at each in turn. I never learned to sew myself, but Roger, Mr. Renfield, he was a dab hand. Did he mention his dad owns a clothing factory? He and his brother learned lots there as kids. He has not said anything... No, he didn't mention that. Or any brothers. If only we'd had more of a chance to talk to him. Just turns a pointed look towards Dracula. He fumes. What a privilege it is to learn the intricacies of Master Renfield's life, to gain an appreciation for someone we failed to appreciate in the brief moment we saw him. However, given the stress of that evening when we lost him, to the mountains, the terrible psychological toll it took on these delicate flowers, my precious and singular brides. I would also appreciate if you refrained from mentioning him at the table. He interrupted a dinner much like this, deluded, raving. He ruined everything before fleeing outside. The terror of those moments was only eclipsed by the horrific realization we'd lost our wayward guest to the wilderness. Please, let the memory of him fade from their tormented mind. Ches stands. Hi, Mr. Ink. How are you doing? Yeti, love her. How are you? How you be? Her exposed arms are taut with rage, cheeks red as her dress as she storms from the room. This latest silence is dense, oppressive. See, look what you made her do. Enough of that. Tell us about London. Theodora would love to know what's in store for her. We heard there's a theater district. Yeah, musicals, plays, opera, ballet, take your pick. Ah, the opera. While he and Theodora share a smile and a brief daydream, Ileana throws her fishbone at me, falls short and lands in my cicada. As I look from the glass to ask her what the hell, she nods at the door. Ches lingers just out of direct sight, tucked behind the frame. When she's sure I've seen her, she mouths, "Let's talk," before disappearing. Oh no! Oh my god. Mr. Ink, please stay safe. Damn. I hope you get your power out soon. Well, welcome in. I'll keep you company in the power outage. I got you, boo. Do you fancy some gay vampires? A bit of gothic queerness to keep you company? A lead, thank God. I'm still waiting 6 days later since Delta sent my luggage to Detroit instead of New York. What? That's crazy. How did that happen? 6 days is wild. Tell me, Mr. Harker, what would we see first? Where to start? Where to start? The remaining two brides bring up the rear as Dracula leads us through the corridors to my room, or so he says. For the moment, there's no damning evidence we did anything to Roger. He did anything to Roger. Nor is there any proof they're telling the truth about Roger's escape. All I know is that I haven't seen him. Whether he's being kept from me or left of his own accord. Until I have additional information, I should remain cautious. Be polite but firm. Only try Dracula's patience when there's a clear benefit and exercise all my powers of observation. Worst comes to worst, I've got a knife in the suitcase, and I reckon the truck's ignition isn't hard to figure out. There might not be enough gas to reach Bistrita. Doesn't matter. We went uphill for miles, so an on return journey, if the truck can reach the other end of the pass, it'll cruise to the bottom. Several days' walk from that point. Doable. None of these people could keep pace. Except for her, Ches. That's an athlete's build if I've ever seen one. Wonder what she's into. Mountaineering? Depending on stamina. Ah, but she's out of step with the rest of them. No sense worrying about her. If they give chase, she won't be leading the pack. It'll be him. It's always him. He won't let anyone else in front. Here it is. A modest bedroom at the end of a near identical row. This wing could be part of a hotel. The middle room is closed, with light coming from under the door. That must be where the piano tutor went. The bathroom's just ahead. You'll be sharing with your neighbor. Fine by me. Miss Clara seems like a consummate professional. Yes, you rode here together, didn't you? Of course you'll receive special treatment in other regards. We leave Theodora and Ileana either side of the door as we enter. My brides and I keep late hours. Papiscule will bring breakfast and lunch around 8 and 2. Dinner will be our only formal meal. Let her know if you'd like any snacks. If you require anything, she is here to provide. Aside from that, the ground and first floor are yours to explore. Above are our private quarters. Below are cellars, stores, and tombs, none of which are any of your business. All Renfield's legal accoutrements have been brought here. His personal effects are being held by us in case of his return. We supposed it'd be helpful for him to have his wallet and a change of clothes if he ever intends to travel home to Germany. Shall we leave you for the night, Mr. Harker? There's no reason to keep him here. The room is acceptably furnished, a double bed, a desk with drawers, and an upholstered chair, a small couch and coffee table. Sleep, work, eat. My suitcase is on the bed, and Roger's briefcase is on the desk. It's everything I could possibly need and not an iota more. Given how lavish the castle is, I feel like I'm being punished. This isn't how a man of Dracula's caliber treats someone he's happy to see. Roger's equipment was brought here. From where? If it was a different room in this hall, they could have just put me in it. I just had a thought that kind of just popped out of nowhere. So, backtrack to that dinner we just had with Dracula and the three brides, and Ileana was very adamant of saying, "And final bride, no more after me." It makes me think that the voice we were hearing in Roger's dream, which seemed very, I don't know, territorial over Dracula, might have been Ileana? I don't know what the answer is. I thought it was the ghost because it was the blue, but I also don't remember too much about the ghost other than, you know, that billiard scene. But now that's making me think it's Ileana. She seems very territorial, I think is the word. I was gonna say protective. I'm like, that's not it. It's territorial. Either... No, it comes off more as territorial. She doesn't seem to have the same mindset of Ches of like... It seems like to me, Ches has a bit of like a humane conscience to them. Even if a little bit, and Ileana doesn't give me that, so it seems territorial to me. Because if it were Ches, it would really be a focus on like, well, it was also a focus on danger, huh? I don't know. I'm just throwing thoughts out there. Back to where we are in the story. It just kind of hit me. I was like, wait a second. I feel like I'm connecting dots, but it's okay. We're connecting dots in pencil just in case we make mistakes, but the thoughts are there. This area is for staff. Let's assume he was in the actual guest suites. I've been downgraded. Dracula eagerly awaited me. Once it might have been in genuine excitement. The excitement has curdled to spite. I'm necessary. He needs a lawyer like he always did, but his patience will only last until the job is over. I highly doubt he'll let me explore his property afterwards, and that might be the least of my problems. Thank you for your hospitality, Prince. He smiles at his generosity. Thank you again for being here. When he closes the door, I listen to the turn of a lock, but he's not quite that sadistic. For the time being, he does have limits. Later on, and once I've brushed my teeth and requisitioned a bottle of water from his popuscule, there's an unidentifiable scraping sound from the outer wall of the room. Like branches raking around in the wind. It's an exterior wall which leads straight down into a tributary of the ravine. There shouldn't be any trees since there isn't any ground nearby for them to grow from. It's Ches, isn't it? The scrapes get louder and louder. It's also like a cat riding its claws to the bottom of a curtain, except deeper, harsher. The sound reaches the top of the window. It stops. I vault from the bed and grab the nearest heavy object. A bronze table lamp with a cord just the right length to reach the window. Raising it to the glass, it reveals nothing. The glow reflects back at me. I see my own exhausted face. Dark fingers jut under the frame and throw it upwards and open. I thrust the lamp at the exposed intruder. Ches blocks the bulb with her palm. Jesus, you're jumpy. Crouched with her heels flat on the sill, she balances without any aid from her hands. It'd be impressive whatever she was wearing, but she manages in stilettos with her dress hitched over her thigh. She pushes the bulb back. I stagger across the floor and almost yank the lamp cord from the socket. Hopping to the ground, where she lands evenly on both feet, Ches slides the window closed behind her. Didn't I say we'd talk? Failed to mention it'd be via the window. Anyone so much as looks at the wrong corridor, Theodora's there to ask why. Had to travel indirect. Okay, here I am with good news, bad news, and if you're keen, a bit of advice. I didn't expect her to be this forthcoming, in any respect. I'll take whatever you've got. I can't tell you where he is, but I can tell you he isn't dead. Can't or won't. Literally can't. The details don't matter though, because his best chance of survival is if you leave immediately. What? I know. Believe me, I know. It's important you're here though, because what we need is for you to take something along for the ride home. Reaching beneath her coat, she unclips a hidden object from around her waist. Once she's extricated it, I can see she's brought a book. This is a legal document that can get the prince in a lot of trouble. Take it somewhere safe. Follow the instructions. Everyone goes free. That doesn't make any sense. If he's holding Roger hostage, the whole point would be to stop me intervening in whatever it is that's happening here. Putting a few hundred miles between us won't change anything, it'll just complicate it. Unless there's something about this I don't understand. Who am I kidding? It's all a mystery to me. Murder accusations, a property sale gone awry, infighting polygamists. How does the piano tutor fit in? There has to be a connection I haven't noticed. Just tell me what it is I'm missing. Would if I thought you'd believe. That punches a hole in me. All the resolve I had rushes out the massive puncture in my ego. Dependable. I'm dependable. Why can't she see? Yes, rationally, we've just met. But the prince is involved in a ludicrous, aristocratic, criminal conspiracy. It might be hard to complain to a layman. But I'm a lawyer. God's sakes, I know a thing or two about crime. Hi, Edwin. I'm late, but just wanted to say I met the dev of this game at PAX Australia last year. And if they're here right now, hi. Oh, we do have one of the devs here. There was someone else who was hanging out with the writers in the room, but they did have to leave. But we do got someone hanging out. They were earlier, but I'm the lone American. But Okay, but Penta, are you the artist in like, because you've been talking about doing the art. Is there multiple artists that worked on this? Are you one of them? But also, Edwin, I absolutely love this game. We played it a year ago with devs popping in then as well. Absolutely loved it. And they reached out to me to let me know that there was an extension of the demo. So I was obviously super eager to play again. Yeah, just you. We hired a second guy recently. He's great. You are incredibly talented. Absolutely incredibly talented. Yeah, turn out we worked together on a Homestuck project back in the day. It's so cool the demo got an update. Yes! Absolutely loving it. Yes! Dude. The artwork is one of the reasons why I love this game so much, and I'm always talking about it to people. It's so unique, and it is exactly what I want for something that comes from one of my favorite Gothic literature pieces. Like, it's very Gothic. It's beautiful. So if you weren't already proud of yourself, you better be. Especially now. Because you're really fucking talented. I've actually been working on more art in the background this whole time, except when I was eating dinner and also ice cream. That is so fair. Just keep on working. Keeping yourself busy. I do appreciate you being here, by the way, and hanging out, even while you've been working. The graphics in this game is gorgeous. Especially love the UI elements. Yes. I will say, so we do have some in the community. My friend, who is also one of the mods, she's been lurking, mostly absent, because she does have visual impairments that she found the first time we played this game she could not watch, which is a shame because she loves visual novels just as much as me. If anything, she plays more visual novels on stream than I do. That's more of her thing than it is mine. I kind of just play whichever ones that I love during whenever I can. But there are certain elements and coloring, because she is colorblind, that unfortunately hinder her from fully enjoying it the way that the rest of us can. Was there a specific problem? Def, the kind of thing I'd like to make easier if I could. I don't know if she's specifically, I know she's lurking and I know she's busy. I can ask her if that's something that you want more information about. I can definitely ask her and relay that information. Because this game and the vibes of it are also completely up her alley. That would be great. Yeah, I'll definitely ask her and get feedback. See if that's something to consider. I want to do more for accessibility, but I'm also the programmer. Oh, it can be complicated to change some things, and that is very fair. That is so understandable. But yeah, I will let her know about accessibility and to things she can see, can't see, her thoughts of maybe ways that could help her enjoy it more from someone who has her visual impairments. I'll let her know. Should I email? Because I can relay this in an email. Should I email the same email that has been contacting me? We added text size font changes for accessibility this time around and have some other things planned, like more control over certain visual effects flashes. That is perfect. I remember one of the things that she did mention before is the moving backgrounds and also flashes because seizures. So the moving backgrounds make it difficult for her to look at the screen as well. Just email there? Okay, yeah, I will ask her and get some more information and see if that helps you guys out in figuring out future accessibility stuff. I'm really glad to hear that you guys are looking more into that and having more options as best as you can. Yeah, of course. If the prince is involved in a ludicrous, aristocratic criminal conspiracy, it might be hard to explain to a layman, but I'm a lawyer, God's sakes. I know a thing or two about crime. I might not know them, or their culture, or what they're capable of, but I'm trustworthy. Give me a secret, or a loan, or the car keys. I can handle anything on anyone's behalf. I deserve to know. I need to know. Tell me. Most people cave when I flash that look. Ches doesn't budge. I think Renville needs to kiss more people. Can you fix that? I'm making this one happen right now. And I'm jealous that you get to see it as it's being made. Edwin and I would love to see this we want to see them kiss. See them kiss. Let them kiss. I love that. I get to see it while it's ugly. It'll be pretty soon. I'm sure it looks great. Penta. Good, excellent, very good. Let the kissing commence. No, it's that old show don't tell rule. Roger wouldn't listen to words. She meanders back to the window. How about this? Tonight, I think you'll have a dream. There'll be a man in it who you've never seen before. If he's not a man, he'll be a bunch of lights or a cold breeze. Whatever's there, it'll want help finding something. Refuse, ignore it. Total dead end. Remember that I foretold it. Open your mind to strange possibilities. Psychics love to dole out vague predictions that are likely to come true anyway. Statistically, there are men in most of my dreams. They're 50% of the dream population. Lights and breezes aren't rare either. None of this is convincing sign of precognition. Already skeptical, right? And you were gonna cry about me not trusting you. Sheesh. She shunts the window open. Sweet dreams. Blowing a kiss. She topples out. A dark shape climbs back up several seconds later. When it reaches the top of the frame, it kicks the window closed. I fall on the bed with a lump clutched to my chest. Roger is alive. Ches is confident of that. Does that mean he's in the castle? In an area Dracula told me not to visit? Wherever his mysterious room is, that's why I wasn't given his personal effects. He still needs them. That makes things simple. I find him and we run. If it is that simple, I want to do it now. I don't want to wait around for one or both of us to die. Start running, keep running. Run away together hand in hand and maybe do a little Kia thing, you know? My heart thunders in my chest. I scrape my fingers through the fabric of my waistcoat, part the buttons, scratch at my shirt, clench the layers in my fist. Try to reach the problem and bring it to heel. Not allowed to run. Dereliction of duty. This castle's too big to find Roger at random, especially if he's been subdued. Bide your time. Have some sense. Running too soon might be what your nerves want. It'll only get you killed. Who knows what kind of minefield is beyond that door? Don't be overly cautious, but knowing your surroundings is the first step in any plan. I tense my entire body and release. Placing the lamp back in the nightstand, I take the book Ches left and clutch that instead. German words shine on the cover. Who knows what they say? She's right. Most of this is over my head. Keep swimming. Reach the surface. It isn't far. You've got this, Jonathan. Lights bloom across my field of vision, and there is a cold breeze. And there is a man. 3 for 3. Doesn't mean anything. A bright autumn morning sticks its fingers through the gaps of a tent that can't keep out the elements. Across from me, on the other side of a low table, a frail teenager stirs from a pile of cushions. He lolls to a seated position. I wave at him. He doesn't acknowledge me. Instead, his focus is on a jug on the table. Snatching it up, he pours water into his mouth and over his face. Those dull brown eyes that refuse to meet mine also dodge each intrusive pang of daylight. Hungover. Since he's awash, I wander the tent. It's got all those gaps because the frame is too large for the fabric. They prioritize spaciousness over weatherfastness. Well, winter hasn't set in yet. In a few weeks, they might reconsider. There are weapons and pieces of armor half arranged on racks and shelves, not the modern kind. Old curved swords and individually blacksmith-beaten helmets. Rehydrated, the man notices something amiss outside. His eyes finally focus. When he walks through the front flap, I follow. I've been here. This is... Here I go butchering words again. This is Pankevo Forest near Timisoara? Definitely not it, but we vibe. There's no sign of city nearby. We're surrounded by trees and the ambiance of the river Timis. Also definitely probably not it. The landscape is unmistakable from those alone. We came through after the war. He came for battle too. The scene before us wasn't a battle. 1,000 men jut from the marshy clearing on stakes, caught at rest and slaughtered in their night clothes. The man crumbles to his knees in fear. In the distance, along the tree line, someone patrols on a horse. Now, isn't the time for weakness. The man needs to be alert and keep moving. I rush to his side. Get up! When I reach for his shoulder, the air around him shudders. His hand passes through vapor. He disappears. It's the ghost! I love him. Moments later, someone else materializes, light projected onto mist that thickens into a solid form. Ah! Isn't he beautiful? Guys, he's my favorite. He's so beautiful. Hi, Shavir. Thank you. I hope you're also having a great weekend. Oh. God, I love this art. But the ghost is my favorite. It's so good. You got to see the ghost. You got to meet him. And he looks like that. So good. Moments later, someone else materializes, light projected onto mist that thickens into a solid form. Don't interrupt the show. Unlike the gangly, uneven teen from before this, is a put-together figure in his 20s, a smooth, hallucinatory blend of blue and white. A publicist might say he's handsome. To me, he's artificial, uncanny, a Hollywood fantasy of a person. Unsettling to look at. There was someone patrolling nearby. I had to get him moving. Do you realize who's in charge? The rider and the bodies fade too, leaving a blank landscape. Timisoara. Why Timisoara? It's a beautiful area, but we barely stopped here. A meal and gas and back on our way. What's my subconscious trying to tell me? Ugh, Freudian. Then there's you. I brought you here. Chess said to expect a visit in my dreams. That primed me to imagine some kind of, let's take this in a different direction, caricature of a human being. Somewhere a touch more intimate. Like a billiards table? The rear door slams us in tight. The ghostly man sits at the wheel, and I'm forced to crouch on the floor at the gunner's post. When the echo of the door subsides, a sequence of explosions take its place. Teasing the gas with his pointed toe, the ghost doesn't hit the right speed for a gear change. I mean, what? The engine, which should whisper sweet nothings, coughs and hacks and wheezes as it's throttled. I hover my right hand near the wheel while bracing my left on the dashboard. No, I was driving here. They let me drive. Can we talk? The slit standing in for a windscreen flares red and gold. This isn't Timisoara. Something detonates right behind us. He isn't going fast enough. Floor it! All the arms of war pound against the exterior. The thick metal plating keeps them out. Its only vulnerabilities are the tires and the slit. This isn't working. Shouldn't have latched onto the car. In slow motion, slower than us, I see it. A bullet slips in on the driver's side. No! The ghost turns to face me. The tip of the bullet pierces the thin layer of skull by his right eye. It bores out of sight, into his brain. The world goes dark for both of us. The bedroom curtains are drawn, though there's not much sun behind them. I sit on the covers in my underwear, drenched in a mix of sweat and rainwater. The ghost sits beside me. What was that? Here, I thought you had all the answers. Curling into myself, I focus on breathing, take in the gentle hum of life outside. Nobody knows what happened. Went out a gunner, came back a driver. He stretches. Survival's like that. A series of imperfectly remembered imperfect choices we wish we could redo. Once the stretch has reached its full extent, he snaps back inward. Hey, talk to me. About what? You're Roger's friend. Boss. If we name every applicable relationship, we'll be all night. Husband. Technically. Legally? Right? I've heard a lot about you from him. Jonathan Harker. Trust a conveyancer to take plenty of mental real estate. At least fiance. True. Oh, that's true. We didn't actually see a wedding, did we? Or we don't know. You've come to the rescue, only you're... That's a big word for Elmo, guys. That is a huge word for Elmo. I don't even know where to start. Damosu? No, I don't know. In distress. Shouldn't it just be damsel in distress? Or no. Because damsel... Is this like the neutral version of damsel or the male version of damsel? Because doesn't damsel... Is that gender specific? Demoisu in distress is proving hard to find. Nobody seems to care he's missing. How heartless. Dreams are important for processing the day you've had. This is the mask version? Oh. Interesting. I don't think I've ever... I mean, I may have seen it before. Again, it's been a year. But that's not usually a word I see. It's usually damsel in distress, and I didn't realize there was a mask version of it. So nice. Dreams are important for processing the day you've had. Didn't Ches say I'm not a dream? Failing to tell dreams and reality apart is a sign of insanity. What if we have a wager? Since your only idea thus far is to check upstairs, why not try the tower? Roger was in there. His luggage still is. If you find a jawbone in his suitcase, you'll follow my instructions. Together, we'll escape. There's no harm in trying. He's right that I'd like to explore the whole castle. If I don't, I'll know I'm just dreaming. Fair deal? Ches said not to agree to anything the man asked. I don't care. We don't even get a choice? Are we just... Do we only control Roger, but not Johnny? Sure, let's do it. I offer a hand to him. We shake on it. Neither of us release when it's done. The ghost takes the opportunity to pull me close. Best of luck with Roger. I lost contact too. That boy's hot property. Shame the rest of us are being outbid by Vlad. What? Good night. A knife slots underneath my jaw. The sting wakes me up. Somebody stands by the bed. I fell asleep with the lamp on. It only takes a second of adjustment to see the details of what's happening. Wait, that's Roger! An unfamiliar man, short and pale, furrows his brows over a thick pair of glasses. The light fills the curve of the lenses. It's impossible to meet his gaze. His stance is limp but heavy, like meat on a butcher's hook. I try to move. The tip of the blade draws blood. Prince Dracula gave me a job to do. Despite his English accent, he sounds the words out syllable by syllable as if they're part of a language lesson. Prince Dracula gave me a job to do. Tilting his head, he assesses the room. Prince Dracula gave job. Do I know that voice? Damn! Look at him. The red in his eyes, that deranged look. Roger, what happened? Oh my god, is that a wedding ring on his... Is this a wedding ring on Jonathan's finger? Wait, Johnny, where's the wedding ring? Stop, my heart, stop! The glasses angle out of the light. Do I know those eyes? Oh, it's the pen! Roger? It isn't a knife he's drawn on me, it's a pen. I gave him that pen. Took my job. Give it back. You won't rob me. You won't murder me by inches. I will fight for my lord and master. Ah! And we leave it at that? Are you kidding? Ugh. Yes. Everyone go wishlist this on Steam. And I already saved your Kickstarter. I am impatiently waiting for y'all to open that because I am going to support. I've never been so eager to support a project that I am such a big fan of. Also, can I just... Don't mind me. I'm gonna screenshot that for me. This is beautiful! Soon. Okay, but like, how soon? I'll be sure to let everyone in my community know when it goes live as well. Because there's a lot of people here who watched it last time and who have watched it now who love this game. So I know I'm not going to be the only one who's going to want to spread the word. That's very soon. The way I'm going to put this in my calendar right now, because me being me, time wibbly wobbly. If I don't write it down, I'm going to forget. At least July 9th will be a great reminder for me to check up on socials, on your socials and everything. Literally putting it in my calendar right now. Great, it's there. Early bird specials. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, I'm so excited. I adore this game so much. Oh, amazing. Amazing. That is soon, right? Oh. Oh. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to play this game in full. And we're gonna make it a whole thing. I'm assuming it's gonna be much longer. I mean, the demo, I've been streaming. I don't know if stream fully dropped and if the timer says anything differently. I've been streaming for 5 hours. Granted, we've had tangents. When do I never have tangents? Yeah, this was only the demo. There's a gallery in the extras. That's right! Gallery. Give it to me. Ooh. Oh, on the felt. I know what this is. I know what this is. Ches. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Dracula. So we didn't actually do the Dracula route because we chose Ches. So we did the Ches route then? Is that exactly what that was? My game was supposed to be 1 hour read per love interest. It was 4 hours. When you subtract my tangents. Oh. It's so beautiful. I love it so much. Also, Umbrata, remind me, I have questions for you for after stream. I don't know if you heard me talk about it, but I do have questions for you. I've been chatting with Penta about accessibility and accessibility options for the game. Remind you to ask me questions? Yeah. Oh, I love you so much. Ah! Dude! Oh, I'm seeing the muscles now. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Do we see the teeth? There it is. Save your game! We saved once. This whole playthrough. We didn't end up even going back. Ooh, that's such a great question. That's such a great question, Courtney. Yeah, Penta, what inspired you for this art style? Well, they clicked it, so now that's your thumbnail. We shall see. But I am gonna screenshot it because, duh. Ooh. Oh, that looks so cool. My biggest one for Drac style is Thoris's art, Trinity blood, and a lot of 19th century illustrations. Ooh. Like that kind of line art and watercolor style in old books. Ooh. Yes. Wait, I do see it. I definitely see that inspiration for sure. Ooh. Oh, Dracula looks so cool. The anime Gankutsu, I'm so saying that wrong. It's another big one with how they use textures. Ooh. Ooh. Interesting. I'll have to look that up because I am not familiar. I'll do that right now. Because Dory brain, I'm gonna forget. Ah, I see. Even just from the stills. Oh, that's a lot of layering. That's very interesting. Oh, apparently it's on Apple TV. If anyone wanted to know. Google has provided that information. Watercolor is such a bitch to work with. It's admirable that you enjoy it. Watercolor is beautiful, but yeah, I can imagine how much of a bitch it is. I also just like doing collage work and watercolor stuff. Ugh. Again, Penta, you're so freaking talented. So talented. This artwork, when I first received an email a year ago. When I first received the email about this game and the demo, the very first draw was the art. Like, on top of the fact that I just have a soft spot for Gothic literature and like Dracula, actual Dracula reference and all that, I saw the art that was sent to me in the email and I was like, yes, done deal. I'm here for it. I'm even pretty sure I said that in the email. This artwork looks beautiful. I would love to play the demo. Like, it's so good. Yes, the artist is in chat. I can't pay in real life at the moment because of space reasons, so digital art is a nice outlet. Oh, that seems so fair. Very understandable. Oh. Oh, that's right. With that glowing eyes. Oh, it's beautiful. You actually didn't see anything from our expand. Wait, really? Wait, I didn't? So I'm gonna play this again. So you're telling me I'm going to actually play this again? How? Damn. Ah, okay. So I had new content for me, but I didn't actually get new content for the demo. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Well, maybe we can just see the ghost again next time. I can fit it into July. My streams in July my stream schedule for July is gonna change a bit, but I can squeeze it in. Move things around. Ugh. I love the fact that it's like it looks like different paintings. I'm gushing. I'm so gushing over this. I know I was gushing about it the first playthrough as well, because it's just so good. Oh. Wedding ring! So good. Our first demo was big too. I remember it being a long one. This is why usually I start streams with K-Pop Corner and we'll watch recent K-pop releases. This is why I didn't do K-pop corner this time, because I remembered how long it was. And we were playing until very late because I was committed. And having devs in chat was very motivating to finish the demo. Ah, beautiful. I'll try to bring this back. I do want to see. I feel like the only way I'll know what extra things you guys have added would be to play the ghost route again, because I do remember bits and pieces of it. So I think that's going to be the plan. Again, if you loved this and you would like to play it yourself someday, wishlist it on Steam and then pre-save their Kickstarter so we can support, because they deserve our support.